start. Please remember to switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Sillo.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Dr. Mashazi.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. See, you did not suffer a stroke. Yes, Ms.
Oh, I was giving Commissioner Kumalo time to sort out his files. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Mashazi. Yesterday, just to reorientate us, when we parted, we had gone as far as question 8. And we had actually concluded on issues pertaining to that particular question. Now, this morning, your attorneys brought to my attention and shared with us a video you would like to be played for the commissioners, which you believe is relevant to the issues that we have discussed thus far relating to Mr. Chief of Police, Mr. Mapieye. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because we are ready to move on to the next topic, perhaps this might be an appropriate time to deal with that issue. Play the video, and then you can address the commissioners as you find appropriate, and then we can have our engagement flowing therefrom. If you could just give us a second to sort out our technical issues, we'll play the video. But I suppose in the meantime, I should invite you to place this clip we're about to watch in its proper context, firstly, and secondly, to explain to the commissioners why you believe it's relevant to the conversation we have had thus far. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen who are in attendance. The importance of playing that video. Yesterday, I made a statement that Chief of Police is involved, like it was in my opening remarks, that in the process of defeating the end of justice.
Okay, I think if then I may just guide you so that we can follow.
Okay, it was under my...
Is that what you deal with at paragraph 50, and in particular 50.2 at page 9 of your statement?
Let me confirm.
Okay, yes.
Yes, 50.2.
Okay.
Yeah. Here I spoke about 2 accidents in which the Chief of Police was involved in and under the influence of alcohol, and nothing seems to have actually happened to him. So the video will demonstrate that indeed there was also a protest from many members of the Metro Police, and the video will also demonstrate that the department has a lot of issues. And the video will also demonstrate how Chief was protected from being investigated on this one. Thank you.
I think we should be about ready. So the video will start now. It's got 1 minute and 8 seconds on the clock. So Dr. Mashazi, we will allow to run. My apologies. We're ready to run the video. It has on the clock 1 minute, 28 seconds. I propose that we allow it to run to the end. And then I'll invite you to speak to it. Then we'll take some questions. Is that in order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
protest in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, these Ekurhuleni law enforcers adamant that they must be heard. Officers accuse their managers of protecting the chief of police, who they claim was involved in 2 drunk driving car crashes.
We're going to demand the suspension of Mkhwanazi PIA because he was involved in an accident, and then there should be an investigation conducted, and then he should be subjected to a disciplinary hearing. That is the first issue. The second issue is that our members in the VIP protection, they get the allowance of 40,000 each member on top of their salaries, that which amounts them to 880,000 per annum. So we want to know the name of the allowance, because on the allowance issue, there should be a central bargaining committee whereby there's SALGA, organized labor, then name of the allowance. If they agree, then it will be brought into a collective agreement.
The city says it will investigate the issues raised in the memorandum.
We have got a process, an administrative process in the city, which will see this memorandum be written there. Every issue shall then detailed look into, and a response will be given. Look, all allegations that are brought forward, they are only there to be investigated and investigated thorough.
Madlanga Commission, SABC News, Germiston.
Thank you. That is the totality of the clip you wanted shown.
Correct.
Okay, you gave a preliminary remarks before we played it. Now that it's been played, is there anything you'd like to add before we engage on what appears there?
Thank you. The person who is taking the memorandum and who spoke there, he was the political head responsible for EMPD. They are called members of the mayoral committee, responsible for different portfolios. By then, he was in charge of EMPD.
Okay. Now, my take, and I may have missed 1 or 2 things from the clip, is that the grievances by members of the EMPD related to Chief Mapia's driving incidents or accidents, for which they contend he was not brought to book for. And the second relates to the allowance, what they call an allowance issue. Now, we are more or less familiar with the first. Are you able to shed
They're at which level? Like constable level. They're at which level? Like constable level. Okay. So the details, we can request the details from the municipality and share the details with you.
Okay. Then let's get back to the other issue.
Can I just confirm something, Advocate Silo? Good morning, Dr. Mashazi.
Morning, Commissioner.
Just looking at the graphics here, it looks like this is June 2020.
Yes, sir. Yes, Commissioner.
And I go back to my point yesterday that he reported to you as Chief of Police. It was your responsibility to discipline him, correct?
Correct.
And 2 years later, when his contract, his 5-year contract came to an end, it was you who recommended that he be given another 5-year contract as Chief of Police.
Can I explain? Yes, in terms of appointment of senior managers, yes, I sit in the panel. But in the panel, we have 3 politicians. We had 3 politicians sitting with me. So it's a recommendation of the panel. Maybe I came across of saying he was recommended by the panel. It's myself, 3 members, which are politicians and which the Minister of Culture has an issue with, and there's also external expert. So we are 5, and we're 5 when the Chief of Police was appointed.
It was during that interview,
yes,
where you had the opportunity to confront him about the allegations of sexual abuse, his failure to promote female officers within EMPD, and all these drunk driving incidents. Instead, you being part of that panel, the interview panel, you recommended that he be given another 5-year contract as Chief of Police.
Thanks. Let me explain about this incident, the 2 accidents. The memorandum was taken there by a politician, And the memorandum was never given to the accounting officer, where they were detailing their issues. And remember, if you want to as I explained yesterday, Commissioner, if you want to discipline an official or a senior manager, there are regulations or guidelines stipulated that you should have something in writing, a complaint in writing, that this person has done this, 1, 2, 3, and you need to investigate. While investigating, you put that person on precautionary suspension, but through the approval of council. I can't just do it as an individual or as an accounting officer, because he was appointed as Section 56, he reports to council. And I indicated yesterday that my hands were very tight because he's been protected politically throughout. If the MMC took the memorandum and he decided not to submit it to me, as he indicated that he's going to submit it to the administration to do proper investigation, so forth and so forth, my hands are tied, and my hands were tied then.
Let me ask this directly, and it flows from what my colleague Commissioner Khumalo has asked. Did you, at the interviews for the extension, did you specifically raise the issues that Commissioner Khumalo is referring to? Sexual harassment, improper sexual relationships, rapes, fathering many children with junior officers. Did you specifically raise those issues at the interview?
I raised few issues. I don't recall which ones I raised, but obviously, if you raise issues like they would say to you, or they said, well, the chief of police is, and we don't have evidence of what you are saying. And this has been the practice. But I was a bit reluctant because I've been working in the department, working in the city, and I know exactly what was happening. Like I said, we are 3. And as a female, you want to advocate that females are being harassed in the department, sexually harassed in the department, and you are sitting with 4 males. You are sitting with 4 males. As an accounting officer, yes, I did raise issues, Commissioner.
You say you did raise issues, but you don't remember what you raised. These issues aren't the normal run-of-the-mill cases. These were very serious issues. Sexual harassment, rape, and the others that have been mentioned, in fact, that you have mentioned. Those are serious issues. There is no way you would not remember if you specifically raised them at the interview. Did you?
I'm saying I raised the issue of sexual harassment of female, the allegations. That's what I raised. But I don't remember other issues that I raised, whether I raised the issue of the accident, because the memorandum was never brought to my attention.
And why would you have singled out sexual harassment if there were even allegations, according to you, allegations of rape? Why would you have singled out sexual harassment?
The rape is a new case that was actually brought to the attention of the city now during the sexual harassment case of the victim.
Just repeat. I didn't quite get the point you were making about you are one woman and there are 3 men. You said something about being able to raise issues of this nature in that context. I didn't quite get the point you were making. Can you please articulate that point more clearly?
I have raised the issue that I have concern that these things are happening in the department.
Just repeat, please.
I have raised the point about sexual harassment allegations within the department, and Chief being one of them. But The other issues that I raised there, to be honest, but I do not recall, but definitely I did raise the issue.
Do matters like those get recorded somewhere? Would there be a record of what you raised at those interviews somewhere within the municipality?
Well, the interviews are not recorded. We write down about the scoring and how the interview they are actually performing. That is the purpose of the interview. But there's no space where
Is that good governance, though? Because there's a lot of issues usually arise out of what took place at interviews. Is it good governance not to record? And one example of the sort of issues that do arise is, for example, litigation around who was appointed and who was not appointed. Is it good governance not to record?
it's not.
And why under your administration wasn't there recording if you accept that it's not good governance not to?
Interviewing processes are run by HR department. They bring the files to us, and the forms are actually structured in such a manner that we only record the process and the response of the candidates that are being interviewed.
Yes.
But there is no space where you can write your objection as a member of the panel.
When you say you get what comes from HR, it sounds to me like you are saying it's HR's fault. And if my understanding is correct, you are the head, you are the administrative head, the executive head, in fact. So you can correct what HR is doing wrong, can't you? So
I take your point, Commissioner.
Yeah, all right. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mashazi, this video is in 2020. Is that correct, or is it
correct,
recent?
Commissioner?
I beg your pardon?
Correct.
Yes. And when you do the interview in 2022, you are aware of this incident or these complaints?
Correct, Commissioner.
And did you raise them in the panel with Chief Mapia?
This particular one, I do not recall.
You don't recall whether you raised it?
Yeah, I don't recall. I only recall the sexual harassment one.
You raised the sexual harassment in that interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you record your concerns in your form that you complete?
I didn't.
You did not?
Yes.
So as matters stand, the appointing authority, which is council, doesn't know that you raised this issue in the panel because you didn't write it down?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. Did you dissent in the panel? Because you're saying it's a panel appointment. Did you dissent from the majority decision in the panel? And before you answer, I would like to propose to you that and I can put this to you, that experience is that people do record in their panels, in their panel discussion, they do record concerns about candidates. Did you record your dissension from the decision to recommend him?
I didn't.
You did not.
I didn't.
So council never came to know that you are unhappy that he be appointed to the position because of the allegations that you are now making before us. Council
Yes.
never came to know about it.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not council's fault that chief got to be appointed in 2022 for another 5 years.
Correct.
You can't blame councillors for that.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And you say that you could not discipline him as his superior because there was no complaint. But you are aware of these allegations of motor vehicle destruction, drinking or driving under the influence of alcohol. You are aware of this video where these allegations are being made against him. Why did you not lodge a complaint as his superior, a written complaint against him? You know the facts. You know the facts. You know they are disciplinable facts, and they include destruction of council property, according to you. Why did you not lay a complaint in writing?
In writing to
the council?
To the council.
Unless you're telling us that he's not disciplinable because he's head of police and you are his manager. Unless you're telling us that, which is not what you've said. You've said the authority lies with council. You couldn't initiate without council approval. So these allegations must land before the council for the council to authorize, right, an investigation and disciplinary action. You say to us you couldn't, there was nothing, there was no written complaint, but only you could lay a complaint because you're his superior and you know these allegations against him. Why did you not lay a complaint?
Correct. I did not lay the complaint. Remember, I've explained that that memorandum from the MMC did not reach my office. And this video, I just got it like last night because people could see that I'm struggling to, I don't have information, I don't have evidence. I just got it last night. That's why we submitted this morning to the commission.
No, it can be. You were city manager in 2020 already. You were city manager. There's a public, very public protest, as we see in this video. So you know that there's allegations that he's destroyed company property. You know that. You know that there's allegations that you drove under the influence, a motor vehicle of the council. So you know that in 2020 as city manager, so it's not video dependent. It is fact. What do you know in 2020? You've just confirmed. You were aware of this in 2020, of this conduct. My question is, why did you not lay a complaint? Because your answer is, I couldn't discipline him because there was no written complaint. But you're the city manager, he's superior. Why did you not lay a complaint?
Let me concede that I failed to discipline the chief of police and I failed to do an oversight on him as an HOD.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Silla.
Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps the logical place to start would be to tag on to what the commissioners have raised. And my first question, and I think you touched on it slightly, I think in response to Commissioner Baloyi's question, what exactly was the purpose of you sharing this particular clip with the video? What were you intending to achieve?
It was to support my evidence on 50.2 that he has indeed defeated the ends of justice.
Okay,
and
so
I have summarized by saying I failed to take action against him and I also failed to do proper oversight over him.
now, you, I think in the course of one of your responses indicated that he was politically protected, and I think you spoke of this particular incident as to why he was not dealt with, and you explained it away by saying he was politically protected. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
What does that mean? And what is the effect of being politically protected?
The effect of that is that as an accounting officer, there's really little you can do. You'll see when we go to question 13 how I struggled to present the report to the executive, for the executive to consider the report on his suspension.
Now, if you can recall, over the course of your tenure as city manager and Chief Mapie as chief of police, how many times have you suspended him?
Suspended, Chief?
Come again?
It's once. He was suspended. He's suspended. He's on his first suspension.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just want to know how many times you have subjected him to a suspension.
3.
Yes.
It's only once.
It's
this
only
one.
once.
Yeah, because there was concrete report and concrete evidence from the victim.
Indeed, and I do appreciate that you may have challenges in acting in the absence of concrete evidence. I'm more interested in you comparing the latest suspension and the basis and what you call concrete evidence to support the latest suspension with what is depicted in that clip. Why couldn't you suspend him there? What was missing at that time? And why didn't you exercise your power to suspend him and initiate a disciplinary process?
Thanks, Commissioner. I do not want to sound like a broken record and repeat myself of the answers I've given about that video. I've indicated that that video, I only received it last night. And I indicated at the beginning of the commission that we are struggling to get information from the city. And I have also indicated that the MMC, the political head of that department, never submitted the memorandum or the issues that were raised by these police officers.
Okay, so you only learned last night that in 2020, a memorandum covering the issues that you address in part at paragraph 50.2 was submitted to the city. You only learned that last night.
Last night, I got evidence of the allegations I'm making on section 50.2.
Yes, I appreciate
I've
that.
been knowing that there are these accidents, but I do not have evidence. And I wanted to play this video to show you that indeed he defeated the ends of justice. And the officers are protesting there about the accidents.
I appreciate that you call it evidence. My question really was about when you acquired knowledge of the existence of the memorandum submitted by those members of the EMPD that we just saw on the clip to the city. When did you become aware of that particular fact? Not when did you see it actually happen on TV? When did you become aware of it?
Well, officers, informally, they would say chief was involved in this accident, chief was this, and there was no formal complaint. But now, since there is this commission and there is this video and also this allegation 50.2, we have gathered a lot of information and we are getting statements and police case numbers to support the notion that he has indeed defeated the ends of justice.
Dr. Mashazi, there is no statement you can obtain that can help you answer my question. My question relates to when you acquired personal knowledge of the existence of the memorandum. You accept that there is no statement that can be tendered for that purpose. So can I have an answer to that question, please, if you don't mind?
Can I indicate that I've answered that question?
No, you haven't.
Accepted that I failed to deal with Chief in terms of his misconduct.
It's the third time you avoid that question. Do you don't intend to answer it? When you acquired knowledge of the existence of the memorandum, is it so difficult to answer or you choose not to answer it? I don't want to waste the Commissioner's time. If you don't want to answer it, please state so for the record and I'll pass on.
I'm saying I've answered that I have failed to action consequence management on the part of Chief in terms of this misconduct, and I have failed to do oversight on him.
I don't know what you just said. What you've just said, I don't know what it's responding to. I guess you wanted to address that yourself to the commissioners about that. For whatever it's worth, is on record. If you do accept responsibility in that context, what is the purpose then of bringing the allegations reflected in 50.2 to this commission when you are fully appreciative of your own failings? But you do not disclose those failings at the time you make these allegations. It is until you are pushed, almost on the second day of your testimony, that you make the concession. Why is that?
The importance is for me, as I indicated, to support my allegations that he indeed defeated the ends of justice and he was involved in 2 accidents where he was driving under the influence of alcohol.
But that is not evidence of what you contend. That is evidence that members of EMPD protested in relation to the allegations. It's not evidence of the allegations themselves. Do you accept? And you didn't tender that for the purpose.
Yeah, thank you. Let me respond. We will submit the evidence. The evidence that will be submitting, it will be obviously the cases that we opened.
And you did speak to these cases, I think, at 50.2. You stated complaints or misconduct reports and were not acted upon or were actively suppressed. Were not acted upon by who? Who are you accusing of failing to act upon those?
Firstly is IPIT that is supposed to, and secondly, firstly is myself, secondly is the IPIT, because investigation was supposed to be done, proper investigation was supposed to be done by the police, and upon investigation, I should have taken a disciplinary action against him.
Sorry, I apologize. I interrupted you. I thought...
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm
so
done.
Technically, you're inviting the commissioners to read paragraph 50.2 thus. The complaints and the misconduct reports were not acted upon by inter alia myself. That's your complaint. And were acted, and IPID on the other hand.
Don't nod. Please say yes.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't want to speak louder while she's speaking. It will be as if I'm interrupting.
I understand.
Appreciate
I
it.
understand.
Yes. Okay. So perhaps I pause there, and your response is a yes. You confirm that the statement must be read to mean complaints or misconduct reports were not acted upon by inter alia, myself, and IPID.
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. The second half of that is your charge, they were actively suppressed. By who and how?
By IPIT or the law enforcement or by himself, because I never got to see any report. As the video indicated that he's been protected, I never got to see the accident report, the outcome of the accident, and the recommendation from IPIT, because they always investigate police misconduct. I never got to get that report.
I appreciate that. But you're making a specific allegation to the commission and you say these acts of misconduct were actively suppressed. When you wrote that in your statement, I would take it that you at least had a sense of who suppressed and how they suppressed. Are you able to assist the commissioners in that regard?
I'm sure my answer would be he actively suppressed that through his connections, because I never got to see the report of the accident and the outcome and the recommendation to myself to actually take action. Remember, you can't take action on the allegation that Chief was involved in an accident and we don't have anything in writing. And we do not have any report in terms of the recommendation. You see how IPAD dealt with Mkhwanazi's matter. They did their own investigation and they gave us recommendation. So I expected that kind of a report that Chief was involved under the influence of alcohol and the city must take action against him. But I never got to get that report. Hence, we are saying his misconduct was actually suppressed.
Is it?
Yes, Mashazi, maybe just a correction. The testimony that we have about IPID's investigation into Brigadier Mkhwanazi is that Spies actually went and laid a criminal complaint with the police. And that then IPID took the matter over from the police. So IPID didn't just introduce itself into the Brigadier Mkhwanazi matter, or the matter didn't end up with IPID because IPID took the initiative to start an investigation. An official of the municipality went to lay a criminal charge. Now, you have your direct report accused of that in 2020 and you become aware of this. If IPID were to be involved, it was through you. You had to go and lay a criminal complaint. Now that your officers have done that, you've seen that publicly, you know the detail of it. It was your responsibility in the way that Spies did it to go to the subs, and then the subs, and then IPID would take it from there. So it's not open to you to criticize IPID that they should have investigated when the complainant would have been you and you did nothing about it. I'm just correcting that IPID becomes involved because the employer, the municipality, lays a criminal charge.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, Commissioner. I take your point.
A difficulty I have also is you like, and I think you started saying this from yesterday already, you like saying, I did not get a report. You've said that a good few times, even this morning, I did not get a report. I don't understand that. You are the leader, you are the top administrator, you are aware of what is happening around you, even if it is at the level of allegations. I just don't understand why you would sit back and wait for a quote-unquote report. Do you want to comment on that?
I want to comment by saying that obviously it's like an oversight that I could have reported the case to IPID so that I can get a proper report and discipline.
And not just that, not just that. You are an administrator within the local sphere of government. You don't have to have a report from an outsider, as it were, IPID, for you to be able to act. Why should that be so? Well, now you are suggesting that for you to act, you must always get a report from IPID. That cannot be so. You are part of a sphere of government, which is autonomous. You said so yesterday. So why must you want to get something from another sphere of government? Police operated the national sphere of government. Why must you first get that before you act? Get a report from IPID. I don't understand that.
Yeah, maybe I did not come out clearly in terms of the processes that before I can act against a senior manager, I must get a report.
From whom?
Here, this
From whom?
A complaint, a formal complaint.
At the time, in 2020, did you not become aware at the time that members of the EMPD had protested? On the day the protest took place, or at the latest, the very next day, did you not get to know that members of the EMPD had protested?
I was aware.
You were aware. What report were you waiting for then?
Remember,
Why don't you get up and go find out what exactly the protest was about and see whether there was a need for you to act or not? Why do you just sit and fold your arms for some report that must come from I don't know whom?
remember I indicated, Commissioner, that the person who took a report from the protesters was a political head. And I have indicated that my hands are tied in terms of politicians. He promised that he's going to submit that report to the administration, of which he did not. And I want to actually maybe concede that waiting for a report did not help me, and waiting for a report made me not to act or implement consequence management from the chief of, for the consequence management on the chief of police.
The complaint was not by politicians, so you did not have to depend on politicians to get to the bottom of what all of this was about. So you cannot blame the politicians for not having brought the memorandum to you, can you?
No, I can't.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. You, in response to the question that the Chair just posed to you, and I understood you to say the politician upon whom the memorandum was served promised to submit the report to the administration. Is that what you said?
Correct, Commissioner.
By report, do you mean the memorandum itself, or a report that he or some structure within the city would compile for submission to the administration? What exactly did he promise to submit?
He promised to submit the memoranda because he indicated on that video that the allegations must be investigated.
When was this promise made?
He promised on the video that he was going to submit the report to the administration being me as the administrative head. And that memorandum, and it never reached my office.
When did you learn of this promise?
I beg your pardon?
When did you learn of the promise being made?
On that day when he took a memorandum.
The date of the day
Yes,
of.
yeah.
And what steps did you take to ensure that he delivers on his promise?
I did not take any steps. I was waiting for the memoranda, and I took the commissioner, the chairperson's view that I did nothing
Okay.
to implement consequence management.
No, I doubt you can implement any consequence management on political appointees. Am I correct? Against whom are you going to implement consequence management?
I can through counsel. Remember, if there are allegations
the
and there is
counsel.
that memoranda in front of me, I was expected to write a report to mayoral committee that these allegations should be investigated, and that report will eventually go to council to be entertained, and council will make a determination that these allegations be investigated.
Do you understand the magnitude of your failure to at least pursue a promise you know was publicly made regarding these important and disturbing issues? Do you appreciate, if you accept that you would have been a trigger for the council to investigate this particular politician and take steps, and you fail to do so, you just so flippantly, you come across as so flippantly saying, I take the point, oversight on my part. Is that how you intend to communicate it, or am I misunderstanding you?
Well, I can't comment on that. I've
Okay.
made a point that I failed to discipline chief of police in terms of council processes and the code of conduct for senior managers. I also accept the fact that I failed to play an oversight role on him as an HOD.
And I say, because you, 5 years later in 2025, before the Madlanga Commission, you make it a specific objective of your testimony here to highlight precisely what Chief Mapiea did 5 years ago, in circumstances where you had certain failings. And we must accept that you do so because you seriously want those issues to be addressed? Or are you just raising them to show up Chief Mapiea and his shortcomings? What is the purpose, really?
That such issues be investigated or
By
be
who?
addressed. Remember, there's an issue about political infiltration of criminals within the system. There's also an issue about political interference. There's also an issue about political killings.
Yes.
And I think, and also defeating the end of justice. I don't know
Yes.
how to put it legally. So we need to showcase that police officers themselves, at some point, they do defeat the ends of justice. And that must be looked into, especially where cases are reported and nothing happened on them, or no investigation was done, or no consequences was implemented. We should actually showcase and assist the Commission in making recommendations.
Thank you.
I hope you'll be moving on. I think this
I am.
point has been exhausted.
I just have one last point, and then I'm moving to my next question. So you raise it for purposes of demonstrating defeating the ends of justice. Anything about political interference in particular? No, you don't take it that far.
Political interference, I've indicated several times. I'll still indicate during question 13 where I was prevented to take action against the Chief of Police and where I was victimized immediately after I took action and took the report direct to council because I was blocked by the executive mayor or by the executive.
Okay, then we will deal with that issue under that question. Is then you introduced the video. Have we covered it as extensively as you would have wanted the commission to consider it? May we move on? Thank you. I would invite us to go to question 11. At your page 22.
Ms. Silo, just for our benefit, sorry, Chair, can you just indicate for us which questions have been answered and which ones remain?
Okay.
We are a bit lost in our record, so just
because
so
of the approach we had.
Yes.
We are left with question 9, question 11, question 12, and 13.
Thank you very much.
Those are the outstanding questions.
I whispered to my colleagues just now.
And I'm sorry to add to the confusion by skipping 9 and going to 11.
Oh, all right.
So I'm going to deal with 11 and 12 in succession. Then I retrace to 9 and finalize with 13. Thank you. 11 appears at your page 22, the statement, Dr. Mashazi, at page 22. And this particular question wanted you to comment on the appointment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi to the rank of Deputy Chief of Police during or about December 2023. You have responded comprehensively to this question from paragraph 124 to paragraph 136. If you could take the commissioners through your response.
Thank you, ma'am. The position of Deputy Chief of Police was vacant, and there was a need to fill the position. The position was advertised, and a panel was formulated. Chief of Police was the chairperson of the panel, and there were 2 candidates who competed for the position. And in terms of my statement here, I'm saying that the chief responded to chief's allegation in a way that he in fact wanted to appoint Ivan Duplessis as compared to Mkhwanazi. I want to place it on record that I did not participate.
Apologies, Doctor. Could you draw perhaps the speakers closer to yourself? Because your voice sometimes drops and you are not always audible. Thank you.
Okay. I want to put it on record to the Commission that I did not participate in the process because this is delegated to the Chief of Police and he becomes the chairperson of the panel. The outcome of the of the interview panel, there's an annexure IM19 where the scoring sheet is actually depicted, where the chief, despite his statement and Nqusa's statement that in fact he wanted to appoint Ivan against Mkhwanazi, he scored Mkhwanazi 21 points above Ivan Duplessis. He actually scored Ivan Duplessis 18. And in terms of the scoring of other members, they were actually in line with chief scoring, wherein Mkhwanazi ended up being the recommended candidate for appointment. I need to indicate that during this period, I was on leave and Mr. Mkhwanazi was given an appointment letter. Thank you.
Thank you. please help the Commission understand the level of Deputy Chief of Police is 2 levels below you, in a sense that the person in that post would report to the Chief of Police, and then then you are the city manager, and the Chief of Police then accounts to council through you.
Correct.
Is that the correct order?
Correct, Commissioner.
In terms of city regulations and HR grading, what grade would that be? Is that a senior grade? Would you have a sense? If you could help me out there, I'm a bit in the dark.
Yes, it's not at senior level. It's a senior level in terms of departmental structure. But senior managers, in terms of the legislation, it's the head of department.
Okay. But it's senior enough that the process of recruitment is slightly more stringent than for lower-ranking members in the government structures. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct, ma'am.
And I understand that at this particular level, those candidates who are successful in the interview are then put forward to complete a competency assessment test?
Correct.
No. Are you aware of one conducted in relation to this appointment?
Obviously, they can't appoint anyone at that level without competency assessment. That is the rule.
Now, Mr. Mapieye, Chief Mapieye, do you have a Chief Mapieye statement next to you? Commissioners, if I may ask you to turn to that.
Statement?
Statement, please, statement. Thank you for pointing that out. And if you have it at hand, if you could turn to page 20 of Mapiye's statement. I'm going to deal with that statement from paragraph 66, but just to put what 66 and succeeding paragraphs speak to, it's appropriate I place it in its proper context. Chief Mapieye speaks to that recruitment process. He confirms that he was part of that interview panel and that they interviewed 2 candidates, being Brigadier Mkhwanazi and Staff Officer Ivan Duplessis. So now we get to 66. At 66, and I quote, he states, at the conclusion of the interviews, both candidates, as is the norm for appointments at that level, were to undertake competency assessments, at the conclusion of which the panel would reconvene and make a final evaluation based on the interview scores and the competency assessment results, and thereafter recommend the successful candidate for appointment. At 67, he states, I continue, the HOD-HR never reconvened the panel for the purposes stated above. I have never seen the competency assessment results of either candidate and do not know if either undertook such assessment. I can confirm that the interview panel thus never completed its task and neither did it recommend the appointment of any of the 2 candidates to the post. I next saw Brigadier Mkhwanazi with the new insignia and georgettes of the rank of Deputy Chief of Police during the first week of December 2023. That is the first line of paragraph 68. Now, you just confirmed that under no circumstances would an appointment be made absent a competency assessment. And here we have a situation where Chief Mapieye, who was the chair of that panel, indicates that none was ever done because the panel never reconvened for purposes of considering the 2 candidates based on their interview results and the results of the competency assessment. What I invite you to make a comment in light thereof on the validity of the appointment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
Looking at his statement, and as I'm sitting here...
Dr. Mashazi, you've switched off the other mic. Can you please switch it on?
Oh, it's from the file. Apologies.
And again, try to pull them forward if they still can come forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. In terms of the way the statement is crafted, as I indicated that I was on leave, but at the face value, the process cannot be valid if the competence assessment were not done. And I would request that we go back and check with HOD, HR, if indeed competence assessment were not done. Remember, we received the bundles on the 26th, and we were left with 2 days to prepare and get information. And I'm sure sitting here, they wouldn't do anything illegal without following processes. But I do not want to dwell much on it because I do not have records of the actual interview process.
I accept that, and I guess rightly so, you give them the benefit of doubt that they wouldn't do anything illegal, and neither am I suggesting that they would. And perhaps let's not detain ourselves with that. My interest is, you and I have agreed that Chief Mapie was the chair of that panel. The chair of that panel comes to this commission and says it's a 2-stage process, interview and assessment. The chair of that panel tells this committee, this commission, that after the assessment, we ought to reconvene as a panel and make our final recommendation. And he says that step never took place. Do you have challenges with the evidence that far?
I don't have challenges because it is the statement that he makes and I do not have information around it. Hence, I requested that whether if the commission allows, because Ms. Linda Qasheka will be coming to speak here, or we are given an opportunity to get information to respond to this statement.
Just one question for clarity. Did I understand you to accept that the appointment would be invalid if the competency assessment did not take place and the interview panel did not reconvene to assess the candidates on how they performed in the interviews and also on the results of the competency assessment? So did I understand you to say that you accept that if that were the position, the appointment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi would be legally invalid?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And you accept, at least you've got no basis to reject the testimony of Chief Mapie at this juncture.
Correct.
And you...
May I?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Dr. Mashazi, just to get your comment on what appears to be a further irregularity in this process, your IM19 that you've provided to us, that scoring sheet in that annexure bundle, the interview summary and recommendation document, it will be in your annexure bundle. And you find it at page 58.
58.
You there? All right. So you see that has got the names of panelists, and you've got Chief Mapie, Zanele Katembo, Kemi Bihari, Linda Qasheka, and then there's HR Secretariat. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see.
Okay. And when you look at the last column, signature, you've got 4 signatures, but only 3 are the panelists. You see that? The 4th one is HR Secretariat. And then when you go to the column with the heading approved, you've got only 2 ticks. You've got the tick by the chairperson, Mapie, and then you've got Ms. Qasheka. The other panelists haven't indicated approved or not approved, so they've indicated no position. But importantly, when you go to the next grade, which is down, you've got scoring. Panelists 1 scores Du Plessis 18, panelist 2 scores 21, 18, 17, and 19, those are the panelists. There's a panelist that did not do the scoring. Can you see that? What does that mean? Is it still a regular process where you've got a panel of, we've just gone through the panel there, the number of people, and then you have only 3 that have provided scores at this point. Is that regular in the normal course of recruitment?
It is irregular.
It's irregular. It's another irregularity about this. All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner. You then have annexed the appointment letter as IM 20, your annexure IM 20, and that is at page 59. Now, this letter, as I read it, now before I get to the letter, you say at 133, this letter was not signed off by me, it was signed by the acting city manager at the time.
Correct, ma'am.
Who was that?
It was Mr. Maseko.
He's got a fuller name?
Mr. Thokozani Maseko.
Now, when somebody is acting in one's position, normally they write their name and they designate the position as acting, whatever, HOD this. Is that the normal practice?
No, they just write acting, discretion, just write acting and sign.
And they do so against a name that is not theirs. So you can write Commissioner Baloy and I come and sign and I just say acting, and it's understood that I sign, not Commissioner Baloy. Is that how it works in the city?
What works in the city is that you need to indicate that you are acting, you are not the incumbent of the position.
You who? To the reader of the document, how do they determine who's the signatory?
Well, they wouldn't know.
They wouldn't know.
Yeah.
And that is because this letter that you reference, his appointment letter, was actually intended to be signed by you, Dr. Imogen Mashazi, city manager. And somebody, some random person, you say it is Thokozani Maseko. Some random person appears to have signed and just added the word acting. And that is what constitutes Brigadier Mkhwanazi's appointment letter.
I'm saying it is the process of the council. When you act, you indicate that you are acting, and I was not around, I was on leave. He indicated through writing that acting, and he signed. And I take your point that he is supposed to write his full name, that I am acting. But I can tell you honestly so that he was acting and I was on leave.
And what was his substantive position at the time?
He's an HOD for water and sanitation, and he was the acting city manager.
No, he became an acting city manager when you went on leave. But this substantive position, you say, is HOD, water and sanitation.
Water and sanitation.
Okay. You stated your paragraph 134. You make the point, at the time of appointment, you were on leave and therefore took no part in the approval process. Correct?
Correct, ma'am.
I just want to test, are you aware of the principle that when you are on leave and you delegate your powers to somebody, you retain the responsibility for actions exercised in your name by that acting appointee? Are you aware of that principle?
I am aware.
On the basis of that principle, are you willing to accept the responsibility for this, what now appears to be an irregular appointment?
I do accept.
You then say you were not part of the approval process. Then you say, I quote, the administrative finalization of the appointment. But we know that that administrative finalization of the appointment was never effected because it was never finalized. The panel never concluded its exercise. Are you willing to accept that?
I do, Commissioner.
At 136, you state, in light of these facts, I'm unable to understand the basis for the allegation that I played a role in promoting or advancing Brigadier Mkhwanazi's appointment. In light of the fact that, at least on the basis of his letter of appointment, your name appears on it, you explain it away by saying, actually, it was not I, because I was on leave, it was this other person we have named. Are the allegations wholly baseless that you took part in the appointment? And I'm saying this in light of the fact that it is your name that is reflected at the bottom of the appointment letter.
Let me explain that all the forms in the municipality are standard. And when they appoint or when they sign for anything, that's why there's a space where they need to indicate that they're acting. So you cannot chop and change the forms as and when. The forms, all the forms are standard, including whether it's BAC forms and whatever. But I take a point that he was supposed to write his full name and then sign as acting.
And hence my question to you, to say his name doesn't appear anywhere on this document. You take issue with the allegations that you played a role. And I'm saying now, with wisdom of hindsight and now having come to understand the challenges and what this document represents, do you contend that the allegations are wholly baseless?
The allegations
are wholly baseless. They are without merit whatsoever, and there is no basis on which they could ever be made.
Exactly.
That you so contend?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that the appointment letter bears your name?
Notwithstanding?
The fact that Brigadier Mkhwanazi's appointment letter bears your name, doesn't bear your signature, but it bears your name.
Correct.
Notwithstanding that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you conclude your 136 by saying the documentary record makes it clear that the process was conducted by the appropriate officials and finalized during my period of leave. Based on our engagements this morning, you cannot stand by that statement and the concessions you have made. You cannot say that that process of appointment was finalized because we have established that it wasn't. Are you willing to make that concession?
Correct, ma'am.
Thank you. I then want to move on to question 12.
Before
Yes, Chair.
moving on, am I correct based on, I'll take you back to page 59 of the letter. At the top there it says inquiries Linda Tsasheka. Am I correct that Ms. Tsasheka is the person that must have prepared this letter for signature by the city manager?
Correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Just one more thing, Dr. Mashazi. So this is an offer letter. It's a letter of appointment on page 59. And we don't have to mention the package. It's not necessary. But you see the package set out there on page 59.
Yes.
In the offer letter. And then on page 62, is a document titled Offer Acceptance Letter. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So in that document, Brigadier Mkhwanazi accepts the offer, but makes a counter offer because he says, I want my total package to be increased by some 200,000 rands. My question is, was that counter offer accepted, or his proposal that his package should be increased by close to 200,000, was it accepted? And if so, by who?
Obviously, this is mandated to the accounting officer. All the senior managers, especially the DH and the HODs, immediately they're appointed. All of them, they raise issues that they accept the appointment, but in terms of the salary difference between them and their juniors, there is a little gap, and they are allowed for as long as the salary increase or the suggested salary increase, it is not above the band that is approved by council.
So it came to you
I think so. It came
and
to
you
me.
approved it.
I think so.
But why would you have approved it if the offer letter says the package is what is set out on page 59? And please, for our purposes, you don't need to mention what his package was. Just the principle I'm debating with you. We can just discuss the principle.
The principle of approving the request by any HOD or DH, it's a principle. It's an approach that we've done to all of them, whether HOD or DH. If they make a point that the salary difference from where they are to the next level doesn't make much difference, looking at the risk of entering into a 5-year contract compared to being a permanent employee, because he was coming from a rank of director to a DH, and DHs are in a 5-year contract.
Thank you.
If I may just, I know I said I was moving on, but your engagement with Commissioner Khumalo triggered a question, and I'll take a step back. Once again, and I follow suit, please don't mention the package at page 59. You may or may not have an answer to my question. The second question. The first is, this position that he was then, quote unquote, appointed into is the same position that was occupied by, is it Commissioner Mzolo? I'm sorry if I get the title wrong. Was that Mr. Mzolo's previous, the position Mr. Mzolo had vacated?
Correct.
I think through retirement.
Correct.
To your recollection, the package reflected at page 59, did it accord with what Commissioner Mzolo was earning at the time in that position? Or was it higher, lower, if you recall?
I'm sorry, I do not recall, because there are so many requests.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. Yeah. And it's something that perhaps Mr. Sheka, as HOD HR, might be able to shed light on.
Correct.
Okay, we shall pursue it with her. Thank you.
Maybe just to follow up on this, on the back of this question, when you approved this increase, this counter offer, because that's really what it is, it's not a request. It's not someone who says, I'm at this salary, now I ask you to increase. This is a counter offer. When you accepted this, did you discuss this with Mr. Sheka as the head of HR?
Thank you, Commissioner. The request comes from HR. It's a formal request for my signature. So she would come with and present the request for the increase, and would sit and discuss and look at the previous level where the incumbent or the candidate was. And we consider those facts, and we look at the salary band. She advises in terms of the salary band, whether it is within the salary band of a DH.
And would the chief of police have any input in that discussion? Because this is someone who's going to report to him, and he has other divisional heads reporting to him.
No, it was just, it is only Ms. Gashega that presented the report to me, because it's an HR process.
Okay. All right. And then I just want to be sure, in the light of your earlier discussion and concessions about the irregularity in this appointment, when you look at your statement in paragraph 131, page 22, you say there, the scoring clearly demonstrates that all members of the panel independently assessed Brigadier Mkhwanazi as the stronger candidate, which is why he emerged as the highest rated applicant and was accordingly recommended for appointment. Now, we've looked at that panel sheet that I've just discussed with you at page 55. When you made this statement that all members of the panel, you were aware of IM 19, because it comes from you, it's part of your documents. So you were aware of IM 19 at page 58 when you said all members of the panel scored him the highest.
To be honest, I was not aware about the irregularities. You are only pointing the irregularities now to me, and I take a point that the comment on page 131 should be amended.
So where did you get it from that all members of the panel scored him the highest? If you were not aware of this panel sheet, where did you get the statement from?
The statement.
Where did you get it from that the panel, all members of the panel scored him highest? Where did you get that information from?
From the scoring sheet.
But the scoring sheet, the scoring sheet doesn't say that.
The scoring sheet says he was scored the highest, but not all members.
Yes.
Which is an oversight because I did not check whether all members, but I just saw the round figure that one scored 54 and the other one scored 62, 64.
Yes. So you're saying you hadn't really looked at the scoring sheet properly by the time you made the statement in the affidavit?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. The second part of that paragraph, 131, you say, and was accordingly recommended for appointment. Where did you get that he was recommended for appointment? Who told you that?
It is according to the report from HR, the one that is attached, that is being signed by Mr. Maseko.
Which report is that, ma'am?
Where is it? I think it's IM 20.
But IM 20.
IM 20. Is it IM 20? Or,
No.
Yeah, the appointment letter.
Yes, the appointment letter is addressed to Mr. Mkhwanazi. It is not a report, and it doesn't contain a recommendation for his appointment.
Maybe in terms of the crafting and the format of the appointment letter, we should actually accordingly look at raising issues like he was a recommended candidate and you were a recommended candidate and this is your appointment, you are duly appointed. I think this form falls short of that kind of information.
Yes. And please correct me, my expectation, my assumption is that there would have been a recommendation to you as the appointing person, and I know you were on leave in this period, but ordinarily, if you had been in office, and you would have received a recommendation from HR to appoint him.
Correct.
You say you were on leave, so it would have come to whoever was acting in your position, recommending the appointment.
Correct.
And then you would either accept or reject it, right? Whoever was in office in this case accepted the recommendation, assuming the recommendation was made properly, accepted the recommendation and then issued this letter of appointment. What I'm discussing with you is in your statement, you say a recommendation for his appointment was made. And my question about where do you get that is important because of the controversy that has been read to you from the statement of Chief Mapie that the process was not completed. So you say there was a recommendation to appoint him. And I would like you to say to us, where do you get the statement from? Did you see a recommendation? Is that why you say a recommendation was made? Is it because you saw a recommendation?
Thank you, Chair. As we indicated that the preparation for this bundle and this testimony that was prepared over a year, and the testimony was given over 2 weeks, and we were only given 2 days to prepare our files. I think we fell short of including some of the information or responding properly to the issues raised. And I take your point that there are a lot of gaps in terms of our statement. And I also appreciate the fact that the Commission has actually apologized in terms of the prejudice that we suffered in terms of the timelines of preparing our documentation in response to the allegations that were made.
No, but Ms. Mashazi, what you say in paragraph 131 is not a function of, it's not a gap and it's not a function of you didn't have enough time to prepare. You say, you make a positive statement. A recommendation was made that he be appointed. You say that. You could only say that because you saw a recommendation. That's the one possibility. The only other possibility is you make a statement that has no basis whatsoever. In fact, you didn't see a recommendation. You assumed. You may have assumed, or you just made it up. This is not a function of you didn't have time. You either know or you don't know that there was a recommendation. It's that simple. But if what you've just said now is your best answer, I really would not want to press you any further.
I beg your pardon, can you repeat the last statement?
If what you've just said now is the best answer to my question about where did you get that there was a recommendation, if you say your answer is you didn't have time to prepare and so there are gaps and you can't take it any further, I will leave it at that.
Correct, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Dr. Mashazi, I had invited us to now turn to question 12. It appears at your page 23, paragraphs 137 to 139. And the question really related to the appointment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi to the position of Acting Chief of Police for the period 6th to the 17th of May 2024. See that?
Correct.
Okay. Could you summarize your response for the record, please?
Yes, he was appointed from the 6th to the 17th of May to act in the position of Chief of Police. And the appointment was made by myself because he qualified for the position to act because he was already a Deputy Chief of Police. And I need to indicate that in terms of council processes, we rotate individuals in the acting position. You can only appoint for 3 months. And if you can, the Commission can recall that at some point Mr. Spies acted, I appointed him to act, and also during Zolo's period, Zolo was also appointed. That is the gist of the matter, that he qualified to act and we had to rotate because previously it was Mr. Spies that was acting, and the next in line obviously would be Mr. Gwabi because they only have 3 deputy chiefs of police.
Thank you. Commissioner Kumalo?
I want to move on to September 2024 to ask the same question. So, Chief Mapiaye was suspended in September 2024, correct?
Correct.
And somebody then had to be appointed as acting Chief of Police, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
Was that also Brigadier Mkhwanazi, now Deputy Chief Mkhwanazi?
The acting Deputy Chief was then Deputy Chief Mzolo when...
No, my question is when Chief Mapiaye was suspended in September 2024, you had to appoint an acting Chief of Police.
Correct.
Who was that? Who did you appoint as acting Chief of Police in September 2024?
I don't have my records to recall exactly who was. It's either it was Mkhwanazi or I do not recall, but we'll have to get the documentation.
I don't want to waste time, so maybe you can come back to that on that.
Yes.
So it will be a same question, but different period. Thank you.
Correct, Commissioner.
If I may then just, because you've promised Commissioner Khumalo to come back on that issue, just to remind you that the clip we watched yesterday, where you responded to the issue of the IPID report, you recall that? It's on record as that interview as having been conducted on the 3rd of February, 2025.
Correct.
And at the time, reference to Brigadier Mkhwanazi is as acting chief of police.
Correct.
I'm just giving you a sort of a timeline and perspective. So if you accept that he was an acting chief of police in February 2025, yours is to work backwards to when he was appointed.
Correct.
Okay. Back to my question. My question was, you say that there is a requirement for rotation when you appoint, you make acting appointments.
Correct.
Where is that requirement to be found, and how exactly does it, provide? What exactly does it provide for?
I think it's one of the HR processes where it provides, it indicates that for any acting, it should not overlap the period of 3 months. And all of us in different levels, whether it's the chief of police that would appoint somebody to act as acting deputy chief of police, it should be 3 months and not more than 3 months. Yes. And there should be rotation if there are other qualifying candidates who can actually take up the position.
Now, we know Brigadier Mkhwanazi acted from the 7th of May to the 17th, the 6th of May to the 17th of May. That's what we have in our statement, correct?
Correct.
I don't want to answer your question, but when Chief Mapie was suspended, to my recollection, I think Brigadier Mkhwanazi was appointed as the acting chief of police. Speak under correction, of course. To your recollection, in between the two periods, the 17th of May 2024 and the 25th of September 2024, which is the date on which Chief Mapie was suspended, was it ever necessary to appoint an acting chief of police?
Correct, ma'am.
For which period?
Correct, because you can't leave the position vacant, because there should be someone who should assume responsibility for the department.
No, I apologize. I think I was very inelegant in how I posed my question. From our statement, your statement, at page 23, and the question posed, we know that Brigadier Mkhwanazi acted from the 6th to the 17th of May, 2024.
Correct.
My question is, between the 17th of May, 2024, and the 25th of September, 2024, which is when Chief Mapie was placed on suspension. Are you with me?
Correct.
Was there ever a need to appoint an acting chief of police?
Correct.
When was that? And basically, before he was suspended, was he ever not at work, requiring the appointment of an acting chief of police, Chief Mapie?
Okay, thank you. When he is off sick or when he is on leave or any individual on leave, we need to have someone, whether it's one day, someone taking the responsibility for the department.
And I'm asking whether or not that situation arose in the period,
yes.
17th of May. When?
When?
Between the 17th of May and the 25th of September 2024, was Chief Mapie off or sick or not at work, requiring you to appoint somebody to act in his stead?
We wouldn't appoint somebody to act if the chief of Mapie was on duty. And to be honest, we need to get the records of his leave, whether it was sick leave, because as I indicated that, unfortunately, I could not draw up his leave record because he is. I will make just a general statement that on a monthly basis, or not monthly basis, or 2 monthly basis, the chief of police would be off. Either his father is sick in Mpumalanga or or he is sick himself, or he needs vacation leave. That's why at the point when we gave him those 30 days, he did not have enough vacation days.
Okay.
So each time when a person or an incumbent is sick or is on leave, any kind of leave, we need to have someone acting. So we'll have to therefore go back, as we indicated, the time constraints, and get the sick leave of the chief of police on that particular day, or
Okay.
the leave forms.
Thanks. Perhaps the way I posed the question implies that I require of you to recall those times Chief Mapieye was not at work and therefore somebody had to be appointed in his position. No, I didn't intend to communicate that, but perhaps let me ask a different question. Between the 17th of May, 2024, when the acting appointment of General Mkhwanazi terminated, and until your retirement from the city on the 30th or 31st of July 2025, whatever the end date is, did you ever appoint anyone as an acting chief of police or persons? And from what you stated, your paragraph 138, the choice would have been either Mr. Mkhwanazi, because then he was appointed deputy chief of police. It was Commissioner Spies, because he already held a similar position. He was one of the three deputies, right? And the third was Mr.
Gwabi.
Mr. Gwabi. So you had a choice of three. In that period, did you ever appoint any one of them to the position until you retired of acting chief of police?
Dr. Mashazi, please mull over the question and answer it when we resume at 11:15. Let's rise.
Thank you.
One question at least.
And everyone, we will resume shortly. We're just slightly delayed. You're ready to resume. Again, please switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, apologies for the late start. We were trying to resolve some programming glitches we were experiencing. We had hoped to have finalized by 11:15. We ran over and delayed you for 3 minutes, for which we tender apologies.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Willa.
But I'm glad to mention that they've been resolved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Mashazi, and to you, you're waiting, apologies for the 3-minute delay. I know you are keen to finalize and go home. We were at question 12, starting at page 23. And my question to you had been, as reflected in question 12, Brigadier Mkhwanazi acted from the 16th to the 17th of May. You have that date.
Correct.
2024, yes. Chief Mapieye was suspended on the 25th of September 2024.
Correct.
You retired end of July 2025.
Correct.
The question is, from 17th May 2024 to the end of July 2025, do you recall appointing anyone to act as an acting chief of police, and if so, who that was?
At the bottom or at the top of my head, I I won't recall who I appointed. Can we be given an opportunity to get the letters of appointment so that we can correctly furnish the commission with the correct information?
I'm sure that the Commission will accept that. And remembering that there is a growing list of issues to address in your supplementary statement, so if you could address yourself to that question in the supplementary statement. And I think there was also an adjunct question to that posed by Commissioner Kumalo. Just to check, Commissioner Kumalo, would her response to my question answer yours?
Yes, my question was really after Chief Mapia was suspended in September 2024, who was appointed acting Chief of Police?
May I just inquire from the legal, Mr. Musa, please come to the microphone. May I find out if you've been keeping a running list of the issues that have been raised and which are outstanding?
Yes, Commissioner, I've got a list that spans over a few pages. I think a lot of the aspects that Dr. Mashazi indicated she'd address, or certain aspects have then been subsequently covered in her testimony, which we then eliminated. However, we do have a long list of items that we will endeavor to obtain the info and respond. I know she's taken on the task of we'll assist the Commission by getting this and getting that. It's not as simple as she puts it, but we'll do the best that we can in the circumstances.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Musa. Thank you.
And perhaps if I may add to that, Chair, the offer we previously made, to the extent that the Commission may be of assistance to Dr. Mashazi to obtain certain documentation from the city, we would like, I requested an indication latest by Wednesday for such assistance, and to please indicate, except each document requested must be described in full to enable a search for the said document.
We appreciate the assistance. The difficulty may be the timeline of Wednesday, in that we would endeavor to obtain the documents first by ourselves. If no progress is made by Wednesday or Thursday, the moment it comes to our attention that we're not able to access such info or documentation, we fully title it and address it to the Commission.
What problem do you have, if any, if you just quickly identify the documents, which should be relatively easy since you already have a running list? What problem do you have, if any, simply giving that list to Ms. Sillo for her to source the documents?
I think in that regard, Commissioner, in that we've got a list of what's required.
Yes.
We'd make the full list available, fully described.
Yes.
Those documents we'd also want to get access to because it would form part of the statement that we'd wish to, the supplementary statement, and we'd have to have regard to it in terms of how Dr. Mashazi portrays it in the statement and elaborates on the annexes. So if the Commission is able to get access to it before us, for a copy to be provided to us and vice versa.
I'll leave it to you to sort out the practicalities or the detail of the practicalities.
Appreciate it.
And I see, because yesterday when I said the Commissioner will avail Dr. Mashazi the opportunity to supplement whatever she may be minded to, so as to eliminate any prejudice that she may have suffered. You said you would consider your position whether you would take us up on that offer. From what you've just said, it seems to me that you are now taking us up on that offer.
Indeed so. I think that position was established in very early yesterday morning, where Dr. Mashazi made an election by herself to obviously supplement. I don't think it completely eradicates the prejudice she faced, but I think it would go a long way. The reason I would contend so is that over the course of yesterday into today, a lot of questions were posed to her in terms of which she answered potentially inadequately based on the information at her disposal. And there is
what is it that, or rather in respect of which the prejudice would not be eliminated? Why can't that be addressed in an affidavit?
We will obviously endeavor to do the best that we can to fully plug the gaps in terms of her testimony insofar as it related to I don't have the information or I'm going to try and access the information. She had a complaint to me this morning, not related. She says, if you look at what's going on in the media and what's being reported, it's as if though I'm being evasive, as if though I'm being arrogant, as if though I wish not to cooperate. She says, that is not the case. I wish to do the best that I can. But the problem is my hands are tied to an extent in that I can only answer to what's before me at the moment. So
sourcing the documents and speaking to them and adding whatever else Dr. Mashazi may be minded to add should address that. You see, I do not want Dr. Mashazi to leave this commission saying that she was prejudiced. So I want to understand what you say the basis of the prejudice will still be if she is afforded this opportunity. One, she's given documents. Two, she supplements with regard to those documents. Three, she says whatever else and as fully as she may be minded to, so as to eliminate any possible prejudice. So what would the remnants of prejudice still be?
I get where you're coming from.
Because you see, thing is, from what you are saying, it means, or it suggests at least, let me not say it means, it suggests at least that even if Dr. Mashazi had been given 2 months, she would still say, but there still are some remnants of prejudice. Because I'm saying you are given, or she, at least through you, or with your assistance, she's given an opportunity to source the documents that she says she does not have. She's given an opportunity to address the content of those documents. She's given an opportunity to say whatever additional matter she may be minded to say or address. So what more prejudice would remain? Would she still suffer?
Commissioner, I understand the question fully, and I agree with you that the opportunity to do a supplementary statement would go a long way in terms of eradicating or eliminating, and I'm using those words and I'll elaborate on what I'm speaking on, instructions, on the prejudice that she perceived to have faced over the last 2 days. Firstly, the opportunity to do a supplementary would plug the gaps and answer the questions that remain unasked, or to furnish the information that remains unsupplied. The aspect that, and again, it's under instruction, that she's referred to me, and I've got a duty to place it before the Commission, is that over the last day or so, I was in a position where I had to face certain questions and answer to certain allegations without having all the information at my disposal. Yes, while saying that, I did point out to her that the opportunity remains for us, not the opportunity, but it's mandatory almost now to go ahead and do your supplementary statement, and that will sort out the complaint you have. She says, what about the perception that has been created of me as a public figure over the last day? And I said to her, that is unfortunately something we can't do. We can't turn back the clock, but what we can do is use the next 3 to 4 days and optimize the opportunity to do a detailed supplementary statement, annexing anything that is important, as was illustrated over the last 2 days.
But what you are referring to as to the perceptions that people out there may have, that does not go to the content of the evidence before us, nor does it go to how we will, in the end, assess that evidence. So in that regard, she will not suffer any prejudice. Are you suggesting that she will still suffer prejudice in that context? That is all that we as commissioners are interested in.
And I agree.
Do you accept that she will?
I fully accept what you say, Commissioner, and I've brought it to her attention that what's of critical importance is the report that comes out of the Commission, not what members of the public perceive. And yes, I think that is the more important part, and the supplementary statement provides for that. So in that regard, we're happy.
I don't participate in social media, Dr. Mashazi, but the little bit that I do get to hear is that people who participate in social media will, whatever you may think or like, have views of whoever. So even if you had come here 100% prepared, having all the documents you need, they would still have had views about you, Dr. Mashazi. Unfortunately, we cannot do anything about that. But from where we are sitting, we want to eliminate, I will not say ameliorate, to eliminate all possible prejudice. And your attorney, Mr. Musa, says that if we avail you all the opportunities that I've repeatedly referred to, that prejudice will be eliminated. That's all that we as commissioners here are interested in. You understand?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Musa, unless there's anything else you wish to add.
Nothing further. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just perhaps one last issue. The undertaking to provide the supplementary statement by Monday, that will be the 8th of December. Does that stand?
I actually forgot. I wanted to say, when we said this about the Friday deadline, that was yesterday. It's Tuesday now. And we have no idea how long it will take to source the documents. Even prepared to extend the Friday deadline. Mr. Musa, how is Wednesday next week?
Acceptable, suitable. It's longer than we had. No complaints, Commissioner. That would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then the deadline is extended.
I don't think Mr. Musa had a choice because the chair probably forgot. The undertaking was Monday next week, not
Was
Friday.
it?
So you just gave him an extra 2 days, and I will not quibble with that.
Good.
So Wednesday next week, we take it.
I'm 60-something, so... yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Musa. We are desperately trying to deal with question 12. You had indicated that there is a requirement, whether it's a policy requirement or from some other prescript, that imposes a duty upon a person of your position as the city manager, that if you appoint acting persons to any position, it must be on a rotational basis. So you have no election. It has to be on a rotational basis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Is it that strict, or is it a suggestion merely that preferably you rotate?
Correct.
No, they can't both be correct, Dr. Mashazi. The first inquires whether it's a strict requirement, so it is imposed on you, you have no choice, or whether it is like a guidance note for senior managers to consider, which I would then, if that is the case, accept that it would suggest that where possible, rotation is preferable. Which of the two?
Thank you for the question. It's a policy directive that we must all apply.
Try and rotate.
Yeah, apply.
And in which document would we find that?
I do not have it now. I think I will request the HR to furnish us with the document.
That's Mr. Musa's list growing. Thank you. It's the record notes. Now let's get back to the period of 6th to the 17th of May. You at the time had a choice of 3 deputies to appoint from: Mr. Gwabe, Mr. Spies, and Mr. Mkhwanazi. You chose Mr. Mkhwanazi. For the record, that was the most junior of the 3. He, having been appointed to this controversial post sometime in December the previous year. So that made him the youngest of the 3 deputies in terms of service, period of service. Am I correct?
Correct.
Ma'am?
Correct.
Oh. And you say he was qualified. On what basis do you make the claim that he was qualified? Purely by virtue of occupying that position, or on any other basis?
For the fact that he occupied the position of Deputy Chief of Police, he qualified.
And then you conclude by saying there was no investigation against him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where do we then place the IPID report and its recommendations, insofar as what you call investigations are concerned?
Remember the IPID report, the initial advice was that he was cleared. And this is at the point where we're dealing with the issues of actually addressing the IPID report. And this is at the point where Julius was already being appointed as the Deputy Chief of Police. And if an individual is cleared, and number two, by then the Chief of Police withdrew his suspension and withdrew his DC. So at this point in time, he was cleared and he qualified to be appointed in the acting position.
Okay, I understand what you said. Mine is whether the IPID report and its recommendation was a factor you took into consideration in deciding to appoint him out of the three. Because the IPID report was alive with its recommendations that he be disciplined.
I think I responded extensively yesterday about the IPID report and my position then compared to the current position.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I was just trying to get a sense, because you referenced an internal audit report in your February 25 interview that you alleged had cleared Mr. Mkhwanazi. We don't have that report. You could not provide any guidance to us on how we could locate such a report. We are aware of, and witnesses have testified to this, in particular, I think, Mr. Ngiza and Chief Mapieye, about the appointment of a forensic investigation by an entity called the forensic firm. We are aware of that. Are you?
From the evidence, I'm aware.
At the time, you were not?
I was not aware at the time.
To the extent then that it may be relevant, that report is dated 20th of June 2024. So he kind of been cleared by that report at the time the appointment to act was made. So the IPID report and its implications were still on the table, so to speak, at the time you appointed him. Was that not a factor that was important for you to take into consideration, compounded by the fact that of the three, he was the youngest at that particular level?
Can you repeat your question?
At the time you made the decision to appoint him, the IPID report was, as I say, quote unquote, still alive. And we know what it recommended. It recommended disciplinary action. We know at the time that it had not been, quote unquote, set aside, not by any internal process, if it ever could, or by the forensic investigation exercise conducted by the forensic firm, because that report comes only on the 20th of June 2024, when he has completed his acting appointment. So I want to understand whether you had any appreciation at the time you effected the appointment of the existence of the IPID report, its recommendations, and the implications of appointing him to such a senior post, notwithstanding that report being on the table still.
I think yesterday we discussed this extensively, where the decision or the authority to discipline Julius was within the hands of the Chief of Police. And at that point, Chief of Police was in possession of the IPID report. And in terms of my understanding and my assertion yesterday, or my evidence, I indicated that I took the report to legal, and legal indicated that the report is insufficient and no action will be taken. At the point of his appointment as acting, I did not have anything against him.
also then you concluded that for purposes of determining who to appoint, it was not necessary for you to take the IPID report into consideration. That's the only point I seem to make.
Correct.
Okay. And for the record, we dealt with the letter written by, you said they are members of Mr. Bihari's department, addressed to IPID, Mr. Zulu and Mr. Makwiting. But that is dated the 13th of December 2023, and you testified that that letter was actually never dispatched to IPID.
This is the information verbally I got from HOD Legal, that it was their internal communication and that letter was leaked. So I would request that we park that and we get proper information from the HOD Legal, because he will be coming to testify about that letter, and that letter was never addressed to me. Can I request that we park that and that letter be ventilated with the HOD responsible?
I'm happy to, except here's my challenge. I don't know if you are correct or whether you'll accept the correctness of what you are told when it is claimed that this was an internal letter. It's addressed to IPID from the city of Ekurhuleni. And by any stretch of the imagination, that can never be called an internal letter. Can you accept that? I do appreciate that's what you were told. You saw the letter, you know it's addressed to IPID. And an HOD within Ekurhuleni tells you it's an internal letter. It doesn't make any logical sense. Surely you would accept if I invited you to reject that proposition that it was an internal letter.
Surely also, HOD Legal should speak to that letter, because that is the advice verbally that I received from him. That's why I'm requesting that we park the letter and request him, because it is his subordinates that are writing that letter between themselves and IPID. And if we can look at the letter, I was not copied. I only saw the letter now in the bundles of Mr. Nwiza.
No, I confirm for the record that you were not copied. I guess I just wanted to test your understanding based on what you testified to say that you were told it's an internal letter, you saw the letter. But if you accept what you were told, that is internal letter, notwithstanding the fact that it's addressed to IPID, I'll accept that. Is that your position?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, Dr. Mashazi, does it mean when the head of legal, Advocate Bihari, tells you a letter that you are looking at, and you can see it's addressed to IPID, it's dated, it's signed by his people, but it's addressed external to the department and to the municipality, are you telling us that notwithstanding what you see on the face of that letter, you don't ask questions? You don't say to the HOD, what do you mean? It's an internal letter, I can see. It's addressed to IPID. You just accept, because that's what he tells you as the HOD of legal.
Thank you, Commissioner. The letter, as I indicated, that the letter, I saw it now through the bundles from Mr. Nwiza as part of his evidence. I subsequently called the HOD. And remember, now I'm outside the system where I cannot give instruction or do anything. I can only ask and inquire that there is this letter in the bundle. What does this letter mean? Where is it from? Because I did not see it during my tenure as an accounting officer. His answer was it was an internal memo between themselves. The letter was not yet sent to IPID, and I think he is better placed to come and respond to that letter.
So you just, your answer is you accept it, even though you're looking at the letter. You can see it's addressed to IPID. You accept it when he said to you, no, it's an internal note.
I accept
That's
it.
all I'm checking with you.
I accept it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Dr. Mashazi. If you have regard to page 23, question 12, there were sub-questions to that question.
Maybe before you do the sub-questions, let me just maybe make an overall observation and ask you for your comment. This appointment that you've been discussing, this acting appointment that you've been discussing with Ms. Sello, now knowing what you know now, which is the appointment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi is in fact irregular because he didn't complete the competency test and therefore he could not have been appointed. That's your evidence as we understand it, or as I understand it. You know that now. You've also said yesterday in your evidence that you accept, knowing what you know now, that Behari's advice to you that the IPID recommendation is vague, has no basis. Now you know that it wasn't your language was it's not helpful to you. You accept that it was wrong. Knowing all of that, do you accept that the appointment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi by you to act after that appointment, that invalid appointment, that appointing him to act as Chief of Police was in fact an irregularity?
I accept.
You accept that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. And once again, before I move to the sub-questions of question 12, can I just complete or quickly address one aspect as regards the main question 12? For this purpose, I would like you to locate my BAA annexed file. And in particular, I would like to you to draw your attention to JM 33, which starts at page 182.
142.
183. Go to 183. You recall I referenced an investigation report by an entity called the forensic firm when we were discussing the appointment of Mr. Mkhwanazi as acting chief of police.
Page 183.
183.
Okay. That's 82, and then is JM 34.
You don't have page 183?
83, no, I don't have.
Oh no, I'm told it's the correct tab is JM 34. Apologies for the confusion. It's JM 34.
JM 34.
Yes, you're on the right document.
Yes.
So can you confirm that that is the investigation report by the forensic firm?
Forensic firm. Can I look at the document? The papers. The investigation made against the purchase of. Yes, I.
Now, when I indicated that, to the extent that reliance may be placed on this document to suggest that Mr. Mkhwanazi was cleared, I suggested to you that we can't put any reliance on this particular document because, as you can tell from the bottom of the page 183, it was only generated on the 20th of June 2024. So it's not a factor you'd have taken into consideration in appointing Brigadier Mkhwanazi in May 2024. You remember that conversation we had?
I remember.
Thank you. And you commented, I think, on that score that you only found out about this report here in the commission. Did you?
This one?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
The investigation by Majang attorneys.
I don't know if
or
it's
the investigation by.
The face of it, it says the forensic firm, and I'm happy to refer to it in that fashion.
Can you rephrase your question?
I said when I referenced this document, and I may have been mistaken, I understood you to say that you became aware of its existence only at the commission.
No, not this one. This one, it was about the breach of information. This one, I know about it.
Okay.
Protecting.
You know it because you actually commissioned for it.
Mkhwanazi should lodge a formal complaint. Yeah, I know about the first part where internal audit investigated the breach of information in terms of the POPIA. The report I know, but the report by Majang attorneys, I've never had both side of.
Did I refer you to a report by Majang?
Majang attorneys. And payment to Majang
Ms. Lo,
attorneys.
I guess that's because of what appears to be the subject of this. See, page 183 is City of Ekurhuleni on the left.
Yes.
And there you see forensic investigation reporting to blah, blah, blah. And towards the end, Majang Incorporated. I think that's what Dr. Mashazi is alluding to.
But even that heading, Chair, states relating to the engagement of and payments to. That's how Majang attorneys. So she's referencing, as I understand her, to a report by Majang attorneys. And I say,
okay.
At least in my engagement with her, I've never raised such a report, and neither has she. What report is that you are referring to?
No, I see here, maybe I misread about Majang Incorporation, about May, August, the Act of Irregularities. Maybe I'm, okay, can we go ahead? Apologies, can we go ahead with the question?
No, I accept. So it was a mistake on your part by referencing Majang attorneys' report. There isn't one such. Okay. No, I accept that. Okay, then let's continue on your statement. Yes. No, we still need Mapia, so don't close the file, please, or don't put it very far. We are now dealing with the bottom of your page 23 from paragraph 140, and there you address yourself to the question of you're providing comments on the alleged appointments of 55 people into the service by Brigadier Mkhwanazi and the validity of those appointments. That appears at your bottom of page 23. You see that?
Yes, I see this.
And you were invited to comment about the appointment of these 55. And the reason is because Mr. Chief Mapieye and Mr. Spies, in the course of their testimony, contended that these appointments are irregular for a number of reasons. One, either they were effected to posts not previously advertised, but most importantly, they were effected by Mr. Mkhwanazi in whatever position he held at the time, without the authorization of the Chief of Police. And that is why your comment is invited on the validity thereof, if you accept, for the moment, that is the circumstances under which they were effected. And you give a response. Correct?
Correct.
You do so in your paragraphs 140 to 143. And perhaps you may want to summarize what your response is.
Okay. As I indicated in terms of the systems of delegations, these recruitments do not form part of my scope or authority as an accounting officer. These are junior officials, the 155 that were appointed. And I think we have addressed this in terms of Annexure IM6, where the chief wrote to me about his unhappiness about this appointment. Can we go to IM6?
IM6 is your annexure file.
Annexure file.
Perhaps, let me just interrupt you. IM6, as we have it, is actually the list of questions. that
it's
way.
list of
Yes.
questions. The letter, can you assist
Okay,
me?
I shall. So your IM6 and your reference thereto, you say that I note from Annex to IM6 that I am invited to comment on the validity of these recruitment and promotions.
Yes.
Yes. And you conclude, you continue and say, this would not be fair as I was not involved in the process and my knowledge is limited to what I have read in the media and the questionable evidence provided by Chief Mapieye. That's what you state.
Correct, yes.
Why do you call it questionable evidence?
Sorry, can I help you?
Yes.
Page 52 of MAPIA's annexures.
Yes. I'm going to JM 8 and 9 thereafter. Thank you, Commissioner. We'll get to the page that the Commissioner is referencing. On your paragraph 143, with regard to Chief Mapiaye's evidence, you term it questionable evidence provided by Chief Mapiaye. Out of interest, why do you call it questionable? And particularly on this score, why do you consider it questionable? Leave aside everything else he testified to, but about these appointments.
Remember, at the point where we wrote this particular statement, we did not have a letter that Chief Mapiaye actually complained about the positions. So can I request that we go to his letter so that I am able to address you properly?
Okay, no, I'm happy to. And I take it by going to his letter, you are then able to explain why you call his evidence questionable.
Okay.
It's not okay, it's a question, Dr. Mashazi. Yeah? Will you be able then to answer the question?
I will be able to answer after.
Then, perhaps the best starting point is, let's start with Chief Mapiaye's own statement. Chief Mapiaye's statement, and we will work our way to the document that you want. I'm trying. So if you could lay your hands on the statement.
My statement or
Chief
his
Mapiaye's
statement?
statement, and to go to page 10, please.
Page
10, 10. And I want to draw your attention in particular to paragraph 32. Do you see where, have you located it? And that is where Chief Mapiaye introduces this issue of the appointment of the 55. And he states that these appointments and or promotions were effected without his involvement as the Chief of Police. You see that in the paragraph.
Yes,
Then
I
he
see.
described, he touches on some of the flaws attaching to those appointments and the fact that the last sentence in that paragraph, the appointments were in large part drawn from members of the unit which Brigadier Mkhwanazi headed. See where I'm reading.
Yes.
Now, if you turn over leaf to paragraph 31 at page 11, he then states, I lodged my objections formally with the city manager on 5th June 2024, pointing out that the appointments by Brigadier Mkhwanazi are invalid. A copy of this objection is marked JM8. So now we go to Mapiaye's annexure bundle and we locate JM8, which you will find at page 51.
Page?
51. And that is the letter from Chief Mapiaye, dated the 5th of June 2024, and it is addressed to you, Dr. Imogen Mashazi, City Manager, City of Ekurhuleni. You see that?
Correct.
He raises some issues there, but in particular, I would like to draw your attention to paragraph 3, that starts with the words, what is sought. Do you see where I'm reading?
Correct, I do.
And he states, for that purpose, and I quote, what is sought is to bring to your attention, City Manager, as the accounting officer, to the recent promotional positions which took place within the department of Brigadier Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, superintendents, and inspectors, respectively. He continues, next paragraph, it is legislated under Section 64C2B of the SAPS Act 68, 1995, and common practice that when employees are promoted in the department, as the municipal commissioner must confer the promotional ranks to the successful / promoted workforce. Next paragraph, he says, to my dismay and surprise, observed on the 4th of June 2024, members of the department wearing their promotional ranks. When probing, I was informed that they were conferred by the deputy commissioner. That is the letter you acknowledge receipt of. Correct. On the 5th of June. And at his paragraph 34, he does state that the city manager responded to my letter, this very one we just went through, on the 6th of June. And that letter he annexes as JM9. That now should start at your page 52. And I think that is the letter you wanted to get to and speak to in some detail.
Correct.
This is your opportunity to do so.
Yeah, thank you very much. In relation to this appointment, at the point of us writing the statement, we do not have this evidence. As I indicated that I left the city in July, you cannot recall everything that really happened in 2024. I think the Commission will agree with me. Yes, he wrote a letter to me and I responded, and I'm going to talk to the content of the letter. I have responded to Chief Mapeya on the 5th of June 2024. On the 6th of June 2024, he wrote to me on the 5th, and I immediately responded that I confirmed that they had a meeting with HR, and I also noted his reference to Section 64C2B, and I fully agree with him that it is within his powers during such appointments that he must be consulted. This, my comment, it is about the SAPS Act 64C, read together with the Municipal Systems Act and also read together with the systems of delegations, that certain positions, especially junior positions, are actually delegated to his subordinates. But what is of concern is that the Chief of Police was never consulted, because in terms of the legislation, he was supposed to be consulted irrespective of the level of the position or promotional positions that were being filled. The issue that they do not qualify, well, it is an HR issue, and I think Gashega must talk to it. I even indicated to Chief in terms of this letter that it is unfortunate that the EMPD has a peculiar arrangement in terms of the SAPS Act. And that act, it is actually not well integrated with our Municipal Systems Act as well as the Systems Act. And I indicated there in my last paragraph that I therefore thank of a policy that can actually assist us to address such matters. From my part, I commit to also engaging the Deputy Chief of Police, Mkhwanazi, and other staff members to ensure that the position and authority of senior managers is respected at all times. Because the gist of the matter in this, the Chief of Police was never consulted in terms of his letter. He was never consulted by Mkhwanazi. He was on duty Chief of Police. Mkhwanazi was not acting, and he went ahead to appoint these officials. And the Act is very clear that it must be in consultation with him, irrespective of the systems of delegation. That's why it is important for us to have a policy that will actually assist us to actually clear some of the challenges and the grey areas when dealing with municipal processes in line with the SAPS Act. That is the content of my response to Chief of Police.
Thank you for that. My first question, I guess, is you insist that the SAPS Act, and I take it that reference to the SAPS Act specifically is reference to Section 64C of the SAPS Act. Did I understand you correctly that you suggest that section or the Act itself requires that the Chief of Police be consulted prior to appointment being made? Because if that is what you are suggesting, even before you answer, I'm telling you are wrong. Because Section 64C bestows the power to appoint on the Chief of Police himself. It says absolutely nothing about the requirement by anybody to confer with him or consult him before that person effects appointment. Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, my argument is that SAPS Act, in terms of our processes, municipal processes, must be read in conjunction with the Municipal Systems Act as well as the systems of delegations. And I have actually submitted, and we've gone through the systems of delegations where it indicates that the level of appointment and the level of authority in terms of the department. I've indicated yesterday that Chief of Police is appointed under the Municipal Systems Act, and in as much as we do not want to undermine the SAPS Act, we need to integrate the two. Hence, my suggestion to Chief of Police is, please provide us with a policy to assist us that we do not overstep your mandate in terms of our processes as a municipality, as a sphere of government, as well as the SAPS Act.
Oh, okay. So, based on the clarification you have just provided, I should accept that your reference to Section 64C as requiring consultation with the Chief of Police is a mistake. You did not intend to refer to that particular section. You wanted to refer to the Systems Act for that purpose. Would I be correct to understand that?
I'm referring to both legislations, that both legislations, in terms of our processes, they are not well integrated. Hence, we need a policy to bridge a gap. Remember, the SAPS Act allows chiefs to appoint from inspector level up to a DH level, yes, up to his deputies. And you can imagine how many officers are appointed. Hence, there is a Systems Act in terms of our protocol as a municipality to ensure that the Chief of Police is not occupied by sitting in interviews of junior officials, while there are other pressing matters that he's supposed to do. Likewise, other HODs. This is not only applicable to Chief of Police. Hence, in my last paragraph, I requested him, because their situation is very peculiar, I requested him to come up with a policy to assist us, to especially assist the Systems Act as well as the systems of delegation, so to say, because the Act is an act of parliament. It cannot be interpreted or be changed by the Chief of Police. Yes. We can only participate when an act of parliament is amended.
And in fact, my comment was favorable to you, because I was saying I had taken issue with what I understood to be your interpretation of Section 64C of the SAPS Act, suggesting that there is a requirement that somebody can effect appointments. They need only consult with the Chief of Police. That's what I'd understood. So based on your explanation, I say the error you made was you didn't mean to refer to Section 64 to make that point. You intended to refer to the Systems Act.
Correct.
Okay. I just didn't want to leave it that way on the record.
Can I just
Yes,
understand the SAPS Act gives the Chief of Police the power to appoint and make promotions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you saying that that power of the Chief of Police in Ekurhuleni was taken from him by way of your delegation of authorities? You removed that power from him and gave it to, say, in this case, it was given to a position in which Brigadier Mkhwanazi is to appoint junior people. Is that Am I understanding that evidence correctly?
That is the understanding of our municipal systems of delegations.
Yes. So you're saying to me, I'm just wanting to make sure there's no trick to it. I just want to make sure that I understand your evidence.
Correct.
Your evidence is that a power given by the SAPS Act was taken through your delegation systems and given to a Brigadier Mkhwanazi kind of position to appoint junior people. I'm correct to understand you that way?
I've indicated from the beginning that we have this SAPS Act which is peculiar and which we acknowledge. And we also have Municipal Systems Act. I've also indicated the autonomy of the of any municipality or of local government. I've also added the fact that any municipality would have systems of delegations which they approve. So the approval of the systems of delegations needs to be implemented because these are delegations that are approved by a municipal council, a council that has both appointed me and chief. Maybe I think, as I indicated, that it's an area that needs to be addressed in terms of the two legislation, its applicability in the municipality, looking into the powers that are vested within the Municipal Systems Act.
I think my question is really as simple as this. The SAPS Act gives the Chief of Police certain powers, and those powers include appointment. Sorry, Dr. Mashazi, if you would just look this way so that I see that you're paying attention,
I have
please.
A backache, ma'am. My back.
Yeah, I just need your face facing me so that I know I'm speaking to you. So what I'm asking is the SAPS Act, and I just want to make sure that you and I understand you correctly. The SAPS Act gives the Chief of Police powers to appoint and to promote. I think there's no controversy there. I think that's your testimony. You accept that's what he does. And what I'm checking is you are saying that power, which is binding on the municipality, right? That power in the SAPS Act, you're saying the municipality, in fact, took it through its powers of delegation system. It exercised its authority to delegate functions, and in doing so, it took that power in the SAPS Act and gave it to a Brigadier Mkhwanazi position to appoint juniors.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chief Mapieye, on his statement, you don't have to go there in dealing with this very response you gave to his letter, JM9. He concludes, I'll read it into the record for you at paragraph 34. He concludes that the effect of this letter you wrote is that you lent support to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct of making appointments without my approval and or at times my knowledge. He says that's the sum effect of your letter. You are lending your approval to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct as he complained of making these appointments without his, Chief Mapiye's approval and or at times his knowledge. Is that a fair assessment of your letter by Chief Mapieye? That technically you lent support to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct in the appointment of these 55?
The content of my letter, it is in relation with the powers within the delegation, the systems of delegation. And I relied on the systems of delegation. Hence, through yesterday's testimony, I continuously refer to both legislation as well as the systems of delegation. So I think it's an area that Council must look into and ensure that both legislations are integrated. And I can no longer comment on this. I think I have ventilated everything in terms of my understanding about the systems of delegations as well as the powers of the Chief of Police in terms of the SAPS Act and as well as the Systems Act.
But what you are addressing right now is your justification for doing so. And I do accept that you base it on your understanding of the legal position at the time. I don't quibble with that. Whether or not your understanding was right or wrong, that's not the debate we are having. And I know you've addressed that issue, and you just did now again. I'm saying Chief Mapie says, on the reading of your response, when you respond to his complaint that Mkhwanazi effected 55 illegal appointments, the interpretation and sum total of your response is to lend support to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct. That's Chief Mapie's interpretation. And my question to you is he being fair to you to understand your letter that way? Did you lend support, or did you object to those appointments as effected by Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
The 55 positions are actually under review as we speak, and I will...
So sorry, I missed that. You spoke softly.
The 55 positions, as we speak, they are under review by the municipality.
May I stop you, Dr. Mashazi? And it's because you are telling me about others. I'm asking about you. Can we confine ourselves to the issue? I'm giving you an opportunity to say whether or not Chief Mapie is being fair to you to say technically you supported Brigadier Mkhwanazi. And I'm posing a direct question to you. Did you support Brigadier Mkhwanazi in this conduct or not? So don't tell me about a review that's currently undergoing in an environment that you are no longer a part of. Would you like to comment on that?
I commented by saying my letter to Chief Mapie was based on the systems of delegation. And I do not want to comment whether he makes an assumption that I was in support or not. And I therefore want to close by saying that I do not have a comment over his assessment that I supported or not supported. But looking at the process, that he was not consulted as well as an HOD responsible for appointing in terms of the Act, but looking at the systems of delegations that empowers a lower level to him to do the appointment. The legality of whether people qualified and whatever, well, it is unfortunate and it will be irregular if that is the case, that some of the people that were appointed did not qualify or the appointments were irregular.
Okay.
Sorry, Advocate. Dr. Mashazi, it seems to me then that we don't need to have a long debate on this issue because even on your construction, the mere fact that he did not consult, I'm not suggesting that your construction is correct. I'm simply saying even on your construction, the fact that he did not consult the chief of police means he did something wrong. But now this letter appears to suggest that you didn't take action against him and therefore you lent support to whatever wrong that he did. And you can either say yes or no. Either you lended support or you did not.
I did not lend support to his appointment. In my letter is clear, and thank you very much for reminding me about my letter. It's clear that he did not consult the chief of police and he was reprimanded, that he must respect the authority. The chief of police is the HOD of the department. So the assertion that I supported him, I cannot agree that I did supported him in view of the letter that I have written. And I thought I have answered the question. And okay, let me stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. I understand your response. My question is, you say you don't lend support, you accept on a different basis that the appointments were invalid because he did not consult the chief of police.
Agreed.
Did you direct that they being invalid in law be reversed? Did you ensure that that process takes place? Because I'm sure you will not support the continuation in office of illegally appointed people. What action did you take or what steps did you take to satisfy yourself as city manager that that illegal act was reversed?
Nothing.
Why not?
I don't recall. whether I did something or nothing.
No, you've said nothing already. So you
Yeah.
don't recall. What don't you recall?
I meant to say I do not recall. I withdraw nothing. I do not recall.
You don't recall what, Dr. Mashazi? Whether you did anything about it or not?
Exactly.
You don't recall?
Exactly.
On this very serious matter of 55 employees that have been promoted, your chief of police raises that very important issue, which has huge financial implications for the municipality, in addition to legal complications of the validity of these appointments. Your chief of police raises that with you in writing. You respond, you say, I will speak to Brigadier Mkhwanazi. You sit now, you want the commission to accept that you don't recall whether you did anything about it.
This matter happened in which year? I think you'll appreciate the fact that we were given 2 days, and some of the information at hand, we could not even verify. And the letter, I saw it now in the bundle during the commission that Chief indeed wrote to me. That's when I recall that I wrote back to him. The issue of calling Mkhwanazi, but that was the last discussion that I had with Chief. I do not recall other things, and I do not want to commit and lie that I did it or I didn't do it. Hence, I'm saying I do not recall. And can we be given a chance to go back and check if indeed there was communication between myself and Mkhwanazi about this behavior?
I don't have any difficulty with you asking for an opportunity to go and check and add it to your list, but I do have a problem when you sit there and you say, I don't recall. And that's, you're prepared to say that and leave it at that. I think that is a problem. It raises issues, for me at least, about, are you taking this process seriously? Did you come here to assist the commission? And answers like, I don't recall, on such an important issue where you've had the opportunity to refresh your memory when you saw these letters. You refreshed your memory. You sit and you say, I don't recall. It suggests to me that you may not be taking this process as seriously as we are taking it. You can comment if you want to, but I'm happy if you choose not to say anything.
No comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think to the extent that you have any of the MAPA files open before you may close that, because we are moving to question 9 now. Question 9. So we, for the moment, can put away the MAPA files, both the statement and the annexure. Question 9, which starts at your page 20, invited you to speak to the amendment to the scope and powers of the divisional head, employee relations, and your role in it. Do you see where I'm reading?
Correct.
Now, you give a response to that specific questions from your paragraph 113 to 118.
Correct.
Can you summarize effectively what your response is to that question?
Firstly, the issue about the amendment to the scope and powers of divisional head, it's about employee relation, it's about cost containment. Cost containment because this particular department had a lot of labor issues to an extent that during the adjustment budget is always allocated to assist them, and that budget seemed not to be enough. And as we speak, some of the attorneys are not yet paid for rendering services to the municipality, mainly because the fees, and there was no structure in terms of the fees in the appointment of these attorneys. Then we suggested that to curtail even the fees, because the fees were exorbitant, the DH had powers to appoint any attorney, any law firm to assist him, and they were paid at the rate that he decided upon. Then we centralized that the function to say the legal and corporate do have a panel of attorneys, and they have a specific rate which is affordable to the municipality. And such attorneys should be utilized to assist the labor relations, because for us it was an issue of budget. And we have records where they over exceeded their budget. And we have a lot of complaints from lawyers. I remember on top of my head, it's the Mohasho attorneys at some point, they were not paid. I don't know if they are paid now. They were dealing with labor issues. So we had to actually amend this. But there's also internal communication between HOD, HR, and his divisional head, and her divisional head, then employee relation about the delegations of appointing attorneys and so forth. But my duty was to ensure that we curtail cost, because budget was an issue.
Thank you for that. I see at your paragraph 115, you deal with the primary purpose of the amendment, and you say it was to curtail escalating legal costs. And you continue to say the attorneys independently appointed by departmental heads were charging significantly higher fees than those on the city's approved panel, which operated on a standardized regulated rates.
Correct.
So I don't understand, what exactly were you amending? Because it sounds like the issue was to prohibit the appointment of expensive attorneys and to impose on all departments to make their selection from the city's approved panel. Was that not the solution to the problem? Based on what you say here.
Yeah, the solution was to obviously curtail costs, especially in this particular department. Though the memo went to all the departments that they can't appoint their own legal reps, there's a panel that is appointed at a specific rate which is affordable to the city. That is where I came in.
And that was the extent of the amendment?
Correct, ma'am.
But otherwise, besides directing that appointments be made from the panel, the attorneys panel, you didn't effect any other changes?
Changes in relation to his powers?
Yes.
I don't recall. Can we see his...
Okay, let's see. We will do so with reference to Niza's statement. If you can get your hands on Niza's statement. Not the annexures, just the statement.
Page.
And if you are there, if you go to page 24. And from page 24, paragraph 74, in this statement, Mr. Niza deals with the Bitubika anonymous email. And just to summarize what his testimony is that these emails were received from this person or this entity that called itself Bitubika on the 20th of August 2023. And if you look at paragraph 76, besides, he quotes the email, but my interest is at page 25. My interest is at page 25. The last line of the italicized quotation there, which reads, I am told from reliable sources that Imogen Mashazi, who's the city manager, is the one who's protecting Julius Mkhwanazi. Now, they've excised that from the actual Bitli email received. If you look at paragraph 74, Mr. Ngqiza testified that you were copied on this email. And the subject line of the email was favoritism and corruption within the city. So this happens on the 20th of August, 2023. Mr. Ngqiza suggests that on the 21st of August, 2023, you called for a meeting with inter alia him. And I want to check whether, did you?
The answer is no.
So, at paragraph 79, page 25, when Mr. Ngqiza says, that very morning I received a call from Ms. Kasheka instructing me to drop everything and immediately get to the office of the city manager. Then he had to go there. So that meeting, did that meeting take place?
I don't recall, and I cannot comment on his say. I need proof from him that meeting occurred and where and what time.
Do you recall such meeting occurring in the 365 days of 2023? Not necessarily the date he's giving, in any day of 2023. You make your election of 365 days of 2023. Do you recall having a meeting as described by Mr. Ngqiza in that year?
I don't.
You don't?
Yes.
Completely and utterly. So it was purely coincidental that the Bitli emails come in. In those emails, it is alleged that you specifically, as the city manager, are the one protecting Julius Mkhwanazi. The next day, this meeting is called, and according to Mr. Ngqiza, at 82, he arrived in Germiston to your boardroom. You asked if he knew Bitli. He denied knowledge, and you accused him point blank that he had leaked the charge sheet to Bitli, alternatively that he, Mr. Ngqiza, is Bitli. You deny all that?
I do.
So you effect the amendment on the next day, on the 22nd of August. And the effect of that amendment that you've just spoken to, which earlier you said was all about how to appoint attorneys, resulted in stripping Mr. Ngqiza of all his powers regarding appointment of attorneys. How did that come about? And why was it relevant to do so?
Okay, thank you very much. Now you give me an opportunity to address this thing fully. Mr. Ngqiza...
What will not happen, I'm sorry, Dr. Mashazi, I'm not giving you a platform to have a rally. I asked you a specific question. So far, you did not recall. I'm asking you a specific question. Why did, on your own version, if your version is that you were doing so as a cost-cutting measure to ensure that only persons or attorneys listed on the approved panel are appointed, why did it require such an extensive amendment to the point that it stripped Mr. Ngqiza of all his powers to appoint? Where is the connection between what you allege at 115 and the effect that it had on Mr. Ngqiza?
So you take the connection that I did this to protect Mkhwanazi so that Ngqiza doesn't appoint attorneys. Is that your assertion?
I don't have an assertion. I'm telling you what Mr. Ngqiza says. You don't recall. I'm telling you what Mr. Ngqiza says the effect is. You don't recall. I go to the statement you made to say mine was just a cost-cutting exercise. And I say, I don't understand why that cost-cutting exercise, as you have alleged, could in any manner result in Mr. Ngqiza being stripped of his powers. Now you turn around and say this is a good opportunity to address, and I'm stopping you from any address that you want to make. You can make the address at a different time, but for the moment I need an answer to my question.
Okay, the answer to your question is Mr. Ngqiza had an opportunity for a year to concoct his statement and correlate all the documents that are here, and I was given 2 days to actually respond to all the allegations that they made. That is my answer to that. And I cannot accept that there's correlation between the cost-cutting measures that I am indicating in my statement, and the relationship between the Big Wixi and Mr. Nguza's assertion. I do not accept Mr. Nguza's assertion, and I do not want to comment on it. And I am not accepting that there's correlation of my response or my ability to cut costs in terms of legal fees as a way of protecting any person and as a way of actually curtailing powers of an individual. I reject the assertion.
Did you, Dr. Mashazi, did you substantially curtail Mr. Nziza's powers?
No, Commissioner.
So he was not telling the truth when he said you did?
That I did curtail the powers. I only addressed the issue of cost, Commissioner, where I was concerned. And if you can look at our financial statement or at our finances or in terms of quarterly reports, always on an annual basis, when we do our adjustment budget, the department, especially labor relations, they request additional amount because they cannot pay lawyers. The cost was very high. And the cost in terms of payment of lawyers that are dealing with labor cases were not affordable to the city. Hence, I suggested and I recommended that all the departments, whether it's a divisional head, whether the division is employee relation or whatever, they should actually use the panel of attorneys that are appointed by council at a rate that is affordable to the city. This is the only power, the so-called power, that I am alleged to have curtailed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to close on this, then, at your paragraph 115, page 20, you assert that the primary purpose of the amendment was to curtail escalating legal costs. You don't have to go there, but I want to refer you to a document in Mr. Nwiza's annexures, and it's annexure PN 13, starting at page 311. In fact, please go there. Page 311 of Nwiza's annexures. It's annexure PN 13 for the record. It's a 3-page document, and if you go to page 313, you confirm that's your annexure at the bottom of that page, and it's dated the 22nd August 2023.
Correct, ma'am.
That's your signature, correct?
Mm.
Dr. Mashazi, do you confirm that's your signature?
Yes, it's my signature.
So this document is then the amendment that we've been talking about?
Correct.
Now, at 115, you say the purpose was to curtail escalating legal costs. I want to read a portion for you from that document, and I'm at page 312. At page 312, there are 2 bullet points followed by 2 paragraphs before the numbered paragraphs begin, starting with A1. Do you see where I am?
Yes, I see.
The paragraph immediately above A1 reads as follows. Quote, to usher in expeditious, credible, consistent, and uniform management of discipline within the municipality, the following persons are hereby delegated to perform the above listed functions, as well as all other functions connected therewith as appears from the collective agreement in that regard as the municipal city manager's authorized representatives. And then you list. And Mr. Ngiza contends that it is that part of the delegation. Listing A1 to I at page 313 that had the effect of stripping him of all his powers. If one casts a very cursory eye over this document, nowhere does it suggest that its purpose, primary or otherwise, was to curtail escalating legal costs. Why is the issue of costs not part of this amendment or amended? delegated powers matrix.
Mr. Nqisa, at his level, as I indicated, that he appointed.
I would like us to confirm. I'm under serious time pressures. I'm so sorry. We still have a question to deal with before lunch. I'm confining myself to your 115, where you say the primary purpose was to curtail escalating legal costs. And I'm putting you to you that is one thing that is missing in this amendment created and drafted by you. And I would like to invite your comment on that. You can cast your eye over it, and if I am wrong, I'll happily accept if you point me to the part where it speaks of curtailing legal costs.
Okay, this delegation, if you are delegated to appoint presiding officers, obviously you'll decide in terms of who you appoint, and secondly, you use your powers to actually decide on the payment fees, payment structure. So Mr. Nqisa used to appoint attorneys, presiding officers, and so forth, and use his own legal structure, legal fee structure, sort of. So the purpose of curtailing these powers, they are mainly related to cost cutting, and for the fact that it is not explicit in the document that the aim was to curtail cost, but the aim was to curtail these powers for a person to decide on who to appoint and to decide on a fee structure, which was problematic for the city. So if the fee structure and the actual appointment are not actually related according to the question asked, and the issue of fees or costs being cut is not explicit in the document, it is unfortunate.
Is it implicit? You say it's not explicit. Is it implicit? And from which wording can it be implied?
I do not have comment on that.
Okay.
I have explained that curtailing these powers, he had powers to appoint attorneys and he had powers to use his own fee structure. And for me, as an accounting officer responding to the issues of this nature, I had to do something. That even the appointment of those, remember, before you pay anyone or before you decide on a fee structure, you should start by appointing an attorney.
Yes.
And then you decide on a fee structure. Hence, my comment in terms of my statement to say the main aim of changing this was to actually deal with the issue of the budget.
Dr. Mashazi,
I know that.
Dr. Mashazi, in that page 312, just above A1, number A1, that seems to set out the purpose of these changes that you are introducing. And I'll assist to read it. It says, to usher in expeditious, credible, consistent, and uniform management of discipline within the municipality, the following persons are delegated to perform the above functions, as well as other functions that appears from the collective agreement. And you list who is authorized to do what. So in that paragraph, you clearly set out what is the purpose. There's no indication of budgetary or cost considerations, one. But two, even these people that you are authorizing here, nowhere do you say their powers to determine what to pay is in any way constrained. So I mean, this doesn't speak to what you're saying at all. Do you accept that?
What I'm saying, ma'am, is that before you could appoint an attorney, obviously you need to go through the processes of appointing an attorney and also look at the fee structure. So you can't just come and say you want to pay this person this amount, or you can't even choose the kind of attorney you want. You need to go through the panel. That's why the function was centralized to the HOD, because she must account to the budget and she must account to the processes.
Yes, I guess what I'm trying to clarify is if the purpose of these changes was to manage the appointment of attorneys from the panel, to make sure they're appointed from the panel, and that a particular fee structure is followed, why didn't you just simply do that and say, Mr. Ngqiza, with effect from day so and so, you will only appoint from the panel and you will appoint in accordance with this approved fee structure? I mean, this seems to be quite a convoluted way to go about it if all you were doing was to manage budgets and the power to stop the power to appoint outside of the panel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I did not want to go deeper into HR matters. Mr. Ngqiza has a history of appointing one single firm, which is Jack's Eveidence attorneys. He had that challenge. And the fees were exorbitant in terms of his fee structure. And we advised him that please use the panel of attorneys, even though he was advised by his HOD to use the panel in the corporate and legal department. He used them, but he paid them differently. The fee structure was different, hence the escalation of this legal cost continued to an extent that we failed to actually pay other attorneys in terms of the work that the services that they've rendered to the municipality. So we had to do something from the accounting level to ensure that even in the process there's credibility. And from the top of my head, Mr. Eveidence never won any case. And at some point he did not even attend the court case where the accounting officer was issued with summons.
Okay, let's not speak about Mr. Eveidence, who doesn't have a right of reply, but you've answered me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Unless there are questions from commissioners on this question, I'm moving on to the next question, which is my last question. And that is question 13, Dr. Mashazi. It starts at your page 24. This is in regard to Chief Mapiea's suspension on 25th September 2024. And in particular, it invites you to provide the reasons, basis, and necessity thereof, including factors taken into consideration in suspending him. That's on the one hand. You are further requested to provide all council resolutions concerning the allegations of sexual harassment against a fellow officer leveled against Chief Mapiea and the subsequent disciplinary processes initiated on 20 November 2024. It's quite a compound question. You respond quite extensively to that question, starting from your paragraph 144 to 167. Before we get to your answer, I would like to refer you to Chief Mapiea's statement, because I have a request to make to you. Yes, I'm going to take you to the page. And page 30 of Mapiea. And under a heading titled Laying of Trumped Up Charges Against Me, he deals with this issue of his suspension from paragraph 112 to 115. So technically in 4 paragraphs. And I want you to satisfy yourself that in dealing with his suspension and the basis thereof, he does not mention any names of any ladies affected by the charges brought against him. And he did so deliberately. And I will confirm that in his oral testimony, he also did not mention any names. And insofar as I'm concerned, I think that's an appropriate approach. The issues that are sought to be interrogated can be so interrogated without naming names. I see in your statement, however, you introduce the victim's name or victims' names. And I reference you, Chief Mapie's statement and also his testimony to implore you to resist the urge to mention the specific people by name, but otherwise you may deal with your response in its entirety. As I understand, one or some of them may be mothers and wives, and perhaps to avoid unnecessary embarrassment, whether to themselves directly, their families, or their children, to suggest that we can deal with the issues without mentioning their names. They are in your statement, and if you agree with my proposition, then their names will be duly redacted from your statement. Are we able to approach the matter on that basis?
Agreed.
Thank you. Then you may address the questions posed to you. You start at paragraph 144 to page 167. And I invite you to deal with those questions in the manner that is most comfortable for you. Thank you.
Okay. The first question is about the victim that submitted a formal complaint to me containing extremely serious allegations of sexual harassment, coercion, intimidation, and abuse of authority by the Chief of Police. Upon receiving this complaint, I immediately forwarded the matter to the Executive Mayor of the city of Ekurhuleni. And in terms of the processes of the city, my report to the Executive Mayor must be accompanied by this formal complaint and a report. Or the report must include the formal complaint as an attachment, which I did. The complaint came to me, I think, in July 2024. I struggled to convince the Executive Mayor to entertain the report, as I believe that the report has serious misconduct against a senior official. And it is my responsibility as an accounting officer in terms of the code of conduct of senior managers that should I become aware of any misconduct, I should immediately report to council, which I did. But the process of reporting to council, I must first go through the mayoral committee, and I was blocked. I received the complaint in July. I thought this report would serve in the mayoral committee end of July. Unfortunately, I was blocked. And I tried again in August to submit the report to the mayoral committee. The first time, it was never even entertained. The second time, the mayor was in Cape Town, and there was acting mayor, and he said he'd rather wait for the mayor to address the issue. Then because I had the pressure of dealing with this, because I'm supposed to deal with this matter within a specific period, I decided to take the report straight to council, because the legislation does allow that if you are blocked by the executive, the responsibility of disciplining senior managers lies squarely on council. Then I took the report straight to council. Unfortunately, there was a backlash. Council could not accept the report. They had to take the report back to the mayoral committee, for mayoral committee to consider the report. Before the consideration of the report, I was called by the mayor and the MMC Finance, and a guy called Absalom Budeli from ANC, indicating that I should stop the process of disciplining or of serving the report to council about the misconduct, the sexual harassment misconduct of Mr. Mapieya. In that meeting, they also suggested that I should take special leave, that is from end of September until December. And then after December, the mayor would consider paying me out the remainder of the term according to my retirement age. In that meeting, I indicated to them that, and MMC Finance specifically said, I undermined their authority as leadership of the ANC and they're in charge of council. I undermined their authority by taking the report direct to council. And in my response, I indicated that you guys frustrated me for 2 months, and this issue is a pressing matter. The subordinate in question is working in the office of the Chief of Police. And for us to protect the subordinate and to actually address the matter properly, we need to go through to council and ensure that council satisfies itself and determine whether the Chief of Police should be put on precautionary suspension or the Chief of Police should be disciplined. The meeting didn't end well, and I refused to take special leave. I indicated to the executive mayor that I'm retiring end of July, and I will not take any leave. I'm going to work, continue to work, but I agree with you that you need changes, and I will.
Dr. Mashazi, at a convenient point, perhaps not more than a sentence, can you please stop? We need to deal with something.
Okay.
Yeah. Can we stop at this point?
Agree.
Or may we stop at this point?
Agree, Chair.
All right. We'll come back when, maybe 5 minutes, give or take.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're just about to resume. Thank you.
Dr. Mashazi, you were still speaking.
Perhaps to try and orientate you, Dr. Mashazi, you were talking about your own personal issues, I think, at the point we adjourned, where it was suggested to you that I think you go on special leave, and you indicated that you rejected that offer. So you may take the conversation from there.
Yeah, I'm trying to demonstrate that my challenges came when I wanted to suspend Chief of Police, and which was my responsibility as an accounting officer to bring to the attention of council. Nonetheless, the report went to council finally, and subsequent to that, council considered the report and deliberated upon the allegations. And the Chief of Police was, I wrote a letter to the Chief of Police for the intention to suspend him post-council resolution or post-council meeting. The annexures that are attached in terms of the council resolution, in terms of his suspension, he subsequently went to the Labour Court, to the bargaining council, to challenge his suspension. Unfortunately, the suspension was upheld by the bargaining council, and he continued to be on suspension. Then council requested that I report to council within 30 days in terms of the progress, which we did, where council decided that he should be, during the council meeting of October, that the Chief of Police should be formally disciplined. That is the decision, and we have actually attached an annexure to support the notion that council did not authorize the accounting officer to discipline the Chief of Police. Is annexure IM 25. November, the Chief of Police, 18th of November, Chief of Police was issued with a notice to attend the disciplinary hearing. And that is where I end in terms of my response.
Thank you. You have annexed as annexure IM 26 to your statement.
Mm-hmm.
The charge sheet served on Mr. Mapieye regarding the sexual harassment allegations proffered against him. Is that correct?
We agreed that what was required was the council resolution, and we withdraw this. I'm not sure whether you still recall that you indicated that what was required was the actual council resolution, which were questioned by the Chief of Police. And we agreed that we no longer use this as an annex. Am I correct?
No.
Okay.
No, we are dealing.
Okay, let me withdraw.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Let me withdraw.
No, I think what we agreed on is when we get to the charges proffered against Chief Mapieye, we will not mention the names of the ladies impacted. That's the agreement. But not that we are not dealing with your response and your allegations against Mr. Mapieye. And it is important that we do so because when you started your testimony, that's precisely where you started to complain about the predatory nature of Chief Mapieye over an extended course within the department. And in response to some of the issues arising there from yesterday, you indicated that you will articulate better or say more when we deal specifically with this question. So we are there. And you actually justified your references to Mr. Mapiye's unacceptable conduct in harassing female members. And you specifically made reference to his subsequent suspension from the 24th of September as validation of the claims that you make at your paragraph 50.1, where you say it has been widely reported to you that Chief Mapieye fathered multiple children with subordinates, sexual harassment, coercion, and rape. You remember there was a bit of engagement between yourself and the commissioners on those allegations, and specifically what you did. Okay. And you and I also had an engagement on that. And yesterday you said you will deal more with these issues to demonstrate that you took them seriously. Correct. That you subsequently suspended him and you initiated disciplinary proceedings. Correct. So what we've just dealt with now is the second half of that question, which basically sought to establish whether council had authorized. And you have demonstrated that council had duly authorized that firstly an investigation be undertaken, and secondly, having been persuaded, I won't say by you, but I would say by report to council, that the allegations were serious enough that they justified approval to initiate disciplinary processes, which you duly subsequently did. Are we still together thus far?
Correct.
So now we are at this part where we are looking at these charges. I take it because you suspended him, he reports to you, and based on his seniority, you kept yourself informed of the progress of that disciplinary process, did you? Well, not chapter and verse, but, in essence, he being your direct report, you would want to know progress because he can't forever be on suspension. Yes. So did you keep an eye, quote unquote, on the matter in the manner that I have suggested? Correct. I'm going to share a quick file. It's an exhibit file of documents we have put together. It will be distributed shortly. These are documents pertaining to this very these very charges that you speak of. And in particular, they will deal with the rape allegation that you spoke to at length yesterday that were leveled against Mr. Mapieye. So just a pile of documents, and I'll tell us where to go at which juncture. 1 for the witness and 3 for the commissioners, please. And that's the commission's exhibit bundle. Chair, how do we mark it? Do we call it?
You should have been keeping the running exhibits list.
Let me just check. I am told that the next number is CJC 52 capital A. Yes.
CJC what?
CJC 52 capital A. I'm reliably informed.
Let's trust you on this.
I'm trusting Advocate Mkhwanazi, and I see Commissioner Baloyi also nodding in agreement.
So much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Now, you annexed the charge sheet of about 12 counts, and that charge sheet you've marked I am 25. I apologize, 26. I am 26. And this deals with misconduct by Chief Mapieye, spanning a period of at least 13 years, from 2011 to 2023 or 2024, on my last count. Is that correct? Give or take a year?
Correct.
Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
And yes, count one is said to have arisen on or about 2010 or 2011. That's count one.
Yes.
The last count, and they go sequentially, as I think count number 11 or 12 at page 113, and now the date there is the 29th of July 2024, and every other date in between, to give cumulatively about 12 charges, independent charges of sexual harassment and rape. Am I correct?
Correct.
Are you aware, and this is dated the 20th of November 2024, he having been suspended on the 25th of September 24?
Correct.
The document you have annexed also includes a notice to appear in a disciplinary hearing, and that appearance was scheduled for the 28th of November 2024.
Correct.
Do you confirm that that hearing was held on the scheduled date or soon thereafter? To your knowledge, was it held?
Can you repeat the question?
Was that hearing that was scheduled for the 28th of November 2024 proceeded with, was it held on that scheduled day?
I
You don't know.
recall.
Are you aware, and before we deal with this, I must place on record that Chief Mapieye was very much as he is aggrieved, rightly or wrongly, and that is not the issue really, he was very hesitant to deal with these matters. And that's why, hence the brevity in his statement, to mention purely that he was he was suspended, subjected to the process, and the process is ongoing. And the reason he advanced for the brevity is that he did not want to seem to be abusing this process, this commission, for labor matters that already are being addressed in an appropriate forum. That was his explanation. And he resisted and indeed did not go into detail about these matters. But now that you brought them to the fore, I think it's only appropriate that the fuller picture be provided, because I believe you don't provide as full and as truthful a picture as I believe you are able to, at most, or at the very least, you ought to be able to, because you were the city manager. So I propose to assist you in that regard. Are you aware that on the 23rd of January 2025, in the course of that hearing, the prosecutor against Mr. Mapieye filed an amended charge sheet, and that appears in exhibit I've just given you at page 70. You want to satisfy yourself? And at page 70, there was a serious culling of the charges, and to reduce them from the original number of 1211, and I say 1211 because of how they are structured. It's supposed to be two charges, charge one having multiple counts, 11 counts, and then there is charge two separately. So, for ease of reference, let's call them 12 charges. When these were amended, if you read Annexure 7 of the Annexure 8 of the exhibit from 70, certain counts and the facts originally pleaded to support those counts have been culled, and there's been a reduction. would have a difficulty with that proposal?
I will, Commissioner, because the issue of DC, it is handled by the Department of HR together with the attorneys. We appoint external attorneys, one, to prepare charges, two, to participate in the disciplinary process of a senior manager.
Yes. But you brought the charge sheet to this environment, to this forum. Mr. Mapie didn't. You brought it. And I'm saying if we are going to talk about charges leveled by the city of Ekurhuleni under your guidance against Chief Mapie, it's only fair that we deal with them in their entirety. Otherwise, we are treating Chief Mapie unfairly. Whether or not he's guilty of these charges is neither here nor there. It is how we treat him. You brought it, we deal with it. So, I don't know how you got hold of that charge sheet, but I accept. Somebody in the department would probably have shared it with you, and you shared with the commission. Did they share with you the amendment of the 23rd of January 2025?
No.
They didn't. Did they share with you the amended charge sheet of 4th of June 2025, appearing at page 17 of the exhibit under tab 3?
No.
And I would like to invite you specifically to that amended charge sheet. This is the latest charge sheet, dated 4th June 2025. According to Chief Mapie in his statement at paragraph 113, he stated that the leading of evidence has concluded in this matter and heads of argument have been filed during October 2025. Argument is set down for 14 November 2025. So, by June, one would take it that significant evidence had been laid, because by October the same year, heads are being filed. And a set down for argument for the 14th of November is agreed upon. So if we go to the latest amended, and I would like to invite you to that document, page 17, please, under tab 4. 17, sorry.
Which document?
The exhibit, the one that just got distributed.
Oh, this one?
Yes. The tabs are marked.
This one.
They are numbered 1 to whatever.
And then the name is file 3.
Yes, file 3. File 3, you're correct.
For Dr. Mashazi?
Yes.
Okay, page 17, 17.
All right, let's take a step back perhaps for a second. Let's start at 23, because that's the one we dealt with. But here you are looking at the wrong file. So just to make sure. At page 23, under tab 5, it reads, it's a document that is headed amended charge sheet in respect of disciplinary hearing, and you can tell that this is between the Metro and Chief Mapie. Now, if you go to the first paragraph of that the heading below, the tram lines, it reads, kindly take notice that the disciplinary hearing charge sheet that was served on you on 20th November 2024, and which hearing has now been confirmed and agreed between the municipality and your legal representative, the details, last sentence of that paragraph, is hereby amended in the respect set out below. Then the document itself reflects the amendment effected, the detail of which is not particularly necessary at this juncture. Okay? So then I invite you to page 70. Page 70 is another charge sheet in tram lines under tab 7. Oh, sorry, tab 8. In tram lines, it reads, final amended charge sheet in respect of disciplinary hearing, incorporating the handwritten amendments to charges effected on 23/01/25. You see that?
Yes.
So that's a further amendment in January 2025.
Correct.
But the most important one I'm interested in is the one at page 17 under tab 4, which is a further amendment. And once again, the heading of that one is final amended charge sheet in respect of disciplinary hearing dated 4th June 2025. So earlier when I said to you that the original charge sheet is the 20th of November, then it goes through various iterations and amendments, with the last one being the one dated the 4th of June 25 at page 17. Now I want to invite you to consider page 19 of that document. You can look at 18. There is charge 1. At 19, from paragraph 4, it sets out the charge. And that is in relation to events that, according to this charge, arose on or about 2011. It's got some subs, so it's a one charge. And then it has a new heading, nature and an impact of the conduct aforesaid. Then overleaf, it's a space for signature. So between the 20th of November, where the prosecutor started with 12 charges spanning a period of 13 years, you accept that by the 4th of June, that charge sheet had been significantly amended to retain one charge of events arising from 2011. If you cast your eye on that charge,
Page 90.
page 19, yes.
90.
19.
Which document?
19.
19.
Yes.
Maybe
19.
19. Okay, charge.
Okay. Yes, where if you it starts at 17. That's the final amended charge sheet dated 4th of July 2025. And the detail of the charge remaining is at page 19. And if you look at item 4 there, it gives the detail of the conduct complained of. The only point I seek to make there is that it arose from 2011, or in some date in 2011. Do you see that?
I'm sure we're not using the same document.
It's the last document you were referred
Yes,
to.
I received-
You asked what document Advocate Sillo was referring you to. She told you
this one?
it's that last document. She has not changed. She has not changed the
What
last
page
document.
are you on, sorry, Chair?
19.
Yes, and then do you have paragraph 4 at the top?
Yes, I do have.
Yeah, so the charge Advocate Sillo is referring to is paragraph 4 and the subparagraphs and sub-subparagraphs under 4.
Thanks.
Okay. So if you go back then just to orientate you, you'll see at page 18, it's got a heading before item 3 that says charge 1. And the detail of that charge is what's set out at item 4, page 19, and this relates to events arising in 2011.
Correct.
When you look at that charge, you confirm that it does not involve allegations of rape.
Allegations of?
Rape,
Yes.
this charge.
Can
remaining.
I explain?
Yes, ma'am.
Rape, I indicated that rape was reported this year, July. And these charges were actually drawn in 2024, post the suspension.
If your statement at paragraph 144, no, I'm looking for your rape claim specifically.
50.1. Is it 50.1?
Yeah, we can have that one, but in the list of charges brought against Mr. Mapieye, one of them was a charge of rape. And that you will find in your annexure, I am 26 at page 102. And that is count 8.
Yes, page 26, paragraph 163. It seems to me that you and the witness are on the same page, because in her statement, she only lists one charge. She says, I'm advised that Chief Mapieye currently has the following charge and count against him, and that is the count, and it's one count on 163. And then where the two of you maybe are losing each other was the witness's last answer, where she says the allegation of rape was only made in 2025. So when the charge sheet you're referring to was drafted, it doesn't include that, because this is now 165 in the statement. So I think that's where the two of you were. And
Perhaps, and I accept that. And I think the misstep was caused by the fact that the original statement had quoted all the charges in their entirety. The signed statement, which is the updated statement from yesterday, there is an indication that only one charge remains. But that's a charge of 2011, right? And if we go back to your annexure, I am 26. I just want us to agree on record at page 102 that the charge of rape was count 8 and related to an incident of October 2023. You're looking at me, another document.
Yes, I'm looking at you. We've agreed yesterday.
Okay, so you accept that that charge was withdrawn?
Yeah, we accepted that. We are going to concentrate on the amended charges. Can we talk to the amended charges?
There's only one charge left. I want us to agree that the rape charge that you spoke so much of yesterday was in fact in this process withdrawn, and that's charge 8. And I'm reading from your annexure. Yes, so it was withdrawn, except you omitted to draw to the attention of the commissioners yesterday that the rape charge that you spoke so often about was in fact withdrawn.
And now, I indicated that the victim should be afforded an opportunity to come and speak for herself, which she agreed.
And I think that is
about
correct.
About the rape and the case.
That is correct.
I'm not going to talk about it because I was not there.
Then you simply shouldn't have brought it to this commission if you can't talk about these things. It's only appropriate that you shouldn't have. But you did. And you spent time on your paragraph 50.1 where you unpack these issues.
And I supported my statement by saying I will request that the victim should come and respond for herself. I remember vividly that I supported and qualified my statement when I made these allegations that the victim will therefore come and speak for herself.
Okay, perhaps I'll stop it there. You brought up these issues, and I submit. For your own, and forgive me if my choice of words is not right, ulterior purposes. And when you are confronted with them, and you are asked to clarify, then your response that the victim must come. This commission is not interested in subjecting victims to secondary abuse, which appears to be a solution to the problem as far as you are concerned. If you couldn't speak to them as a city manager, a person of your seniority, involving junior members in the force, you ought to have applied better judgment before you drag their names before this commission. And when you can't answer the questions further, you then say they must come themselves and speak to these issues. They never invited themselves here. And why should the commissioners do? That's highly irresponsible of you, Dr. Mashazi.
Can I remind you that in terms of the invite to this commission, I was afforded an opportunity to call any witness if I want to. And I have chosen to call this witness to come and testify on the issues that I've raised, especially the issue around rape and the issue around harassment.
But
unless I was limited not to invite certain witnesses.
No, you ask witnesses to be called to speak on your behalf. An allegation of rape by a junior member in the force has got nothing to do with you. And that witness can't come and testify to that issue because you did not suffer that indignity. So you misunderstood the rule, because clearly you understood it to mean you will throw mud at everybody, and if it doesn't stick, you will get a witness drag some witness out of a hole to present them before this commission so that your personal objectives are met. That's not what the rule intended. It intended for you to be able to call witnesses in your defense. These issues have got nothing to do with your defense. Perhaps that's what your program does. You used a junior's misfortune for your own purposes before this commission. It's sad enough. I don't want to engage on it. And I think as we leave here today, you should really go reflect and engage with this poor lady and stop using her or attempting to use her, because we will not permit you to use her in this environment. But that please don't try and use her for these purposes. Thank you.
Okay, can I pose a question? That chief of police was allowed to call Tipa as a witness, and I'm not allowed to call anyone to collaborate with my story. It is unfortunate, I accept it. I do not want to change the rule of the commission, but it is unfair on my part if I am limited in terms of choosing the kind of witness that I want to choose. And she was prepared to come and respond, because there was allegation here in terms of Chief's assertion, the file that you gave me from Chief, that she accepted that she has actually withdrawn the case. And it is important for the commission to actually listen to a side of the story, irrespective of how your understanding is in terms of me using a junior to come and collaborate with my story. And I want to actually indicate that the four who came and made allegations against me, it took them a year to actually prepare those testimony. They prepared over a year, and I was only allowed to prepare for 2 days to create my own statement. And I am allowed now to respond to these allegations that were made against me in 2 days.
Dr. Mashazi, let me just correct one error. You say Mr. Mapie, Chief Mapie was allowed to call Ms. Tipa as a witness, and you then ask, why aren't you allowed to call a witness? Here's the error you are making. Ms. Tipa was not called by Chief Mapie. She was called by the evidence leaders on behalf of the commission. And the fact that we allowed her testimony to be led is because we found that her evidence is relevant to the terms of reference. So just to disabuse your mind on the idea that she was called by Chief Mapie, she was not.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioners, unless Dr. Mashazi would like to add anything, or commissioners have questions to Dr. Mashazi, that is the testimony of Dr. Mashazi before this commission. Thank you.
Dr. Mashazi, on this topic that you've been discussing with Ms. Sello, you have attached, you've given us as part of your documents, IM 28, if you go to your annexes, which is a letter from your attorneys to the commission. But maybe even before I raise with you what I want to raise about this, let me first maybe just to clear what I think may be a misconception from what you have repeatedly said from yesterday, you about the opportunity that you've had to prepare. Your attorneys wrote to the Commission on the 14th of November. That's according to your bundle. You've given us a letter on the 14th of November. And you find that at page 10 of your bundle. And in that page 10 of your bundle, your attorneys say that emanating, and I quote, emanating from the evidence submitted at the Commission for the past few days that affects her in her erstwhile position and personally, that she be provided with statements and transcripts wherein reference is mentioned about her in order for her rebuttal of same in an affidavit substantiated with documentary evidence. So already on the 14th of November, you were aware that allegations have been made against you at that point. So you didn't become aware of what is being alleged against you only on the 25th or last week. As of the 14th, you offered, you want to come to the Commission, and I think that's what you said yesterday. You said you want to come, and it's because you had become aware of allegations being made. I'm correct, right? On the 14th?
You're
yes.
Correct.
I just wanted to make the simple point that as at the 14th of November, you, from whether media or wherever, you had become aware that things are being alleged against you and you wanted to respond to them.
Yes, I became aware on the 14th.
Yes.
But in terms of their testimony, what is important is the relevancy of their testimony to my response. Whatever is said in the media cannot be used as a response, or I cannot use it to actually respond to the Commission. I can only respond to the Commission with the testimony that was presented in the Commission, which I received on the 25th of November.
I accept that. I was simply making that simple point, and maybe to add to it that on the website we do have the transcript and documents. But that's not the important part of what I want to raise with you. In your IM 28, which is a letter from your attorneys, the later attorneys, after you changed, you explained yesterday why you changed attorneys. You have attached medical reports of two people who make the allegations against Chief Mapie. I'm concerned why these documents are being placed before us. Did you get permission to disclose medical reports of these two people from them? They are dated, well, maybe I should ask an anterior question. The one is dated the August 2024, and this is the person that is referred to in the charge sheet. You've agreed that you won't disclose their name, and I won't either. But that's in August 2024. And then the next one at page 132 is a different person that you haven't mentioned in your statement, and they are not in the charge sheet. They're not mentioned in the charge sheet. It's at 132, and that too is a report in August 2024. That's your IM 28. And both of them are medical reports. How did you get hold of these documents?
I got them from the victim.
They gave them to you?
Yes.
When they came to you?
They gave me the report when, I think during the week as we're preparing.
So you are already out of the municipality when they give you these documents?
Yes.
Okay. And did they know that you were going to disclose them to the Commission?
They're aware, she's aware.
Okay. So they gave you permission that these can be publicized because our records go onto our website. And this is highly confidential material, as you would know, medical reports. There's confidentiality obligations. You have served them before us. What are we to do with this when we upload our documents onto the website? Do you have permission to disclose these publicly as you've now done?
Yes, she gave me permission, and she also indicated that she wants to come and testify. Hence,
Yes.
I've actually included the documents.
No, we have your word so far. As far as I'm aware, they haven't approached the commission, so I'm not having that I'm not debating that with you. Maybe they did say that to you. I'm just concerned about how are we expected as a commission to deal with these documents, and if you are saying to us that you have permission that these can be part of our public record, I would ask, it should come from the chairperson, but because I'm raising the issue with you, I would like to see it in an affidavit from you that you have permission and that it is confirmed by these two individuals that this can be part of a public record.
Correct. I'll go back to her because she requested to be part of this when she gave me the documents.
Okay.
For the fact that I sourced the documents from her, it means she's prepared to come before the commission and talk to the documents.
I just want to be sure. I think the commission will be happier having authorization from the owner of these documents that they should be published. And if we don't have that authorization, we probably would have to consider expunging it from our record.
Thank you.
Right. I see, Chair, Ms. Dr. Mashazi's attorney wanted to say something. I don't want to shut him down. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Musa.
Yes, Chair. Commissioners, very briefly, I think with matters that are so sensitive, it would be more appropriate to obtain an affidavit from the victim herself, just to protect all parties, and that is the one point I wanted to raise. The second point being the aspects dealt with under question 13 are not entirely aspects introduced by Dr. Mashazi out of free will to advance her own personal ulterior motives, but on invitation by the evidence leader under point 13 to deal with the aspects of the charge sheet, the notice of suspension. And, I'm tempted many times throughout the last 2 days to intervene, but obviously it's not the platform to do so. But I do feel the last part was a bit of an unfair character attack on Dr. Mashazi in the sense that she didn't come voluntarily and produce a charge sheet, a notice of suspension, etc. She was asked to obtain information by the evidence leader, which she did. And the one she does fully comply and obtain as much information as she can, she sort of wrapped around her. So it was just 2 points that, if I don't mention it, doesn't sit well with me. The first one I think is more critical, but the second point is something my learned colleague Peter indicated to me, that they're asking us to do it, we do it, and this is what comes of it. So apologies for overstepping, but it was just 2 things that I think, and that's the last 2 things I say in passing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musa. Thank you. Do we leave it at that?
Yes, except maybe to say, is it possible to give Dr. Mashazi and Mr. Musa an opportunity to consider the issues raised by Commissioner Baloyi and to determine the necessity of filing the affidavit vis-a-vis expungement of those documents, regard being heard to the testimony of Dr. Mashazi? So let them make the call. And then
the evidence leaders and the legal representatives will come back to us on that. Thank you very much. Dr. Mashazi, anything to say perhaps in conclusion?
Yeah, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Commission for allowing me to state my side of the story. And I want to truly apologize if yesterday I came across as being restless or not in compliance with your rules. The Commission would understand that this is my first appearance, especially in a sort of a court of law where you are cross-examined. And I did not expect this, to be honest, that I'm going to be cross-examined. I thought I'm going to be asked questions to clarify and give evidence to assist the Commission to make a recommendation to the President, but unfortunately the cross-examination actually took me out of my character. And at some point, especially the first session in the morning, I was not like in compliance with your rules, and I truly apologized. Is my apology accepted?
Speaking for myself, yes. I'm saying speaking for myself, yes. I cannot speak for the chair.
Thanks.
Dr. Mashazi, thank you very much. Oh, I did not hear that part. I was whispering to my colleague, Commissioner Valoyi. Dr. Mashazi, we understand the pressure. I've never had to sit in the witness box, so I can imagine the pressure you were in. Apology accepted.
Thank you.
Let's adjourn and come back at 2:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.